Good morning. Oh, hang on. I have a thing I like to do. Oh. Good morning. I'm Chris from Airwindows, and today is going to be a mixing music day. But right now I was just catching up on some of my forum post things, and I see that somebody has a new response to meter, which I'm going to be using today. I've got my little control surface ready. I've got some things I'm thinking about doing with it. Probably not going to do a really important track, but I'm going to do something where I can get a little creative with it. And I'm seeing what's going on here. Namely, Badmark here says, oh, the clap version remembers its size after being closed and the VST doesn't. Yep, fair, okay. I can't do anything about that. That is just the way it be. Hey, David, hit before. Also, the last time I tried to work with these cameras, I tried to open them up connected to the switcher that I'm using, like this switcher. I can also do that. And I think it reset all of my camera settings, and so I kind of have to build them back again. But I will do that when I see fit. It'll do the best that it can for the time being. Feels to me as if this view is weirdly yellow for some reason. No matter. So what I'm going to do is juggle around some of my screens and things. So hopefully I can get ready to roll with this stuff. Oh, come to think of it. Hi, yet another camera. Before asks, could you make a reverse audio plugin one day? Nope, don't think I can. That's something you got to do on the DAW level, at least to the best of my knowledge. I think that has to live on the DAW level. David, what I'm currently using is monitoring 3 for things. I've got monitoring 1, monitoring 2, and monitoring 3. If I remember correctly, the only difference between those is that monitoring itself has the not just another dither word length reducer. That's kind of lively, spatial, airy. It's a variation on the old naturalize filter. Monitoring 2, I think, is straight up Airwindows dark. So it will make the backgrounds darker and may have a sense of cutting back on highs. And monitoring 3 is a combination of a word length reducer I used to call 10.9s with dark, both of those running after each other. And I'm currently using monitoring 3 for stuff. Let's walk through some of this. Let's see what we can make happen. So we've got a bunch of different things to play with, including some old tracks. And I don't know how many of these. I'm happy to get just one of them done today. Like the last time I did a mixing stream, I did Cliff Diver and I made a video out of it. I don't actually expect to get a video out of whatever I'm doing today. I just want to do something and play with my stuff. I don't feel like doing Yoken the Zoxin either. So I've got a variety of different things that I can sort of explore, and it becomes Like here is something I called Cat Technosum. It seems to have a goodly number of things. This is an older track. Appears to be a longer track, but remembering I made these notes last time I was in Reaper, because some folks were helping me do grouped editing in Reaper, and that turned out very handy. And this is, let's see, let's remember how we do those things. I'm going to want to shift this around a little bit. So there are multiple changes to be made here. Let's start by removing these aux tracks. And also removing the outputs and adding the SWB output and also my digital audio. It's an optical output, that is output 3 and 4. And when I do this, I should theoretically have both sound through my speakers and sound to the stream. I have no idea what's going to happen. Okay, I have sound to my audio, but not to the stream. I think I have slightly more of an idea what you're talking about before. I have no plans to that direction. That's not to say it's impossible, just that I have no plans for that right at the moment. Let's see if I can make this play through stream. Okay. So here's the thing. Let's play with this one. I have a stomp box that does something like that. So it's not like it's completely off my radar. I've done stuff specifically for the purpose of adding things to mixes, where I was playing guitar into, what is it? It's TC Helicon Flashback lets you do that. It lets you have a reverse delay. And I found it useful, but I'm not entirely sure how they pull it off. They do it in some kind of way, but I'm not quite sure what they're doing with it or how they're bridging the gaps. It's basically like, can we play delay buffers backwards and stuff? Given that I don't have an idea as to what you'd even do, I'm going to leave that one alone for today. But it is indeed an interesting thought. Speaking of interesting thoughts, let's see if we can make something out of whatever this is. I am pretty sure this is an extended jam of some kind. And I remember it being something that I had no interest in, that just it failed somehow. So I'm wondering whether I can replace it I'm also wondering why I'm lacking in space here. See, I've got a monitoring. That's me using the original monitoring. So let's see if we can replace that with monitoring 3, just cause. And we're also going to want a fire up meter. And for this one, we can use the clap version. But I'm going to hide it for the moment because I have much sorting out of things to do first. See, this is a part of the mixing process is coming in and figuring out what you need to do. What I have here is, let's see, it's set up. Nothing's labeled, nothing's marked. I've got colors and everything, but they don't really represent anything. So what I'm also going to do is set all of these tracks to the default color and then sort that out later. I'm trying to remember what key combination I hit in order to just make stuff be deleted. Let's see whether option does that. Nope. Okay, well, that wasn't even option, it was control. How about, all right, option clicking does in fact remove these, because this is going to be a ConsoleX mix, but this is also, I think, going to be much more of, can I make something interesting happen with very little to go by? Because this would have been one of my failed experiments. This would have been some kind of track where I just wasn't inspired by it and I didn't go anywhere with it. But today we're playing with this card, which is about nonlinear editing in Reaper. So I can group this stuff together and then start editing it like crazy and reshuffling things around. And I think I've even got, I see 2 sections in most of this stuff. So let's do a quick little spot check. That appears to be a synth lead. I was talking about this the other day. I have Roland Alpha Juno 1. And I've actually got a couple of them because I like them so much. And what I ended up getting was MIDI controllers for it. I've got a MIDI Club Juno control. They're no longer a business, but I've got some of those as well. And I use it for guitar synth purposes, which is what you see here. This appears to be a stereo guitar synth recorded into 2 separate channels rather than a stereo channel, which is not how I would do it today. But it also appears like it's a single synth lead over 2 entire sets of recording. Because what I see in the arrange window here is a beginning section and then another end section for literally everything except for this synth lead. Meaning it's already kind of edited up. Loris is popping in asking what console would work best. Currently I am using ConsoleX, but you don't have that available yet. So I don't know. I know that one of the things that I was doing earlier was I did ConsoleLA, which is supposed to be like a quad 8. That will give you some low frequency boost, although it's a rather broad EQ. But then if you were doing stuff using EDM, your individual sounds might be heavily processed already. So you wouldn't need to do much with the channel. And then the other one was the Console MC. And you might look into Console MD as one where it's much more. Console MC, especially the initial version, cut a lot more bass than you would want. Because I was still working out some details on some processing I was doing. Console MD is specifically the version of Console MC that I rapidly made to compensate for that and allow deep bass to come through. So you might try that. It also has that wah pedal-like mid-range boost, which could come in handy. I'm using multiple boosts in ConsoleX here, but Console MC has the mid-range boost on tap. ConsoleMD has a beefier bass EQ because ConsoleMC, even the final version, is the version where it's doing subtype in the algorithm, which is not something I'm currently doing with ConsoleX. Speaking of which, time for me to start setting that up. Also, I should move meter. And so this is the one I'm currently working with. But I need to move meter up immediately after it so that the clip only and monitoring happen after that, because I am looking to have it show up. Any clips and things that I have ought to show up on that. And I have every intention of arranging this track differently, but first I have to learn what's in it. I feel like there might be just a whole, like, I did this with the previous track, one where I was a lot more excited about recording new tracks in there and doing new things with it. And I had already, it was the Zoxbox Epic, and I had edited all of this internal stuff very heavily and intended to go in. I might still do that. I might even have time today to do that. But I went in there and started editing things around like crazy. And what I really wanted, rather than just going in and say, here's the thing that I can do, I can trim that back to much smaller, meaning that this track will cut out with a nice little fade, if I want, on the track level, and removing it from whatever this mix is, and then I undo it, put it right back again. And so I did a bunch of stuff with that, possibly even including like clicking in there with a like S, meaning split the items, and then I could resize them, or indeed cause a little fade into that. And I think I had done a fair bit of that, but what I was really looking for was a more convenient way to select entire sections, which that's not actually doing, but like this. Supposing I wanted to select everything and then move it around, like for instance, that. And I wanted to do that over all of the recorded audio as if I was editing a multi-track tape. Well, what I just did was more cumbersome because I would have to make sure that I had all of the individual tracks selected properly. And if I missed anything, that might confuse matters. And the way to deal with that is to use grouping. So I was learning about that. And learning more about grouping in Reaper, which I'm currently using, is the secret to being able to rearrange the track differently. Because then I can group it whichever way I want, have all the tracks selected. Like here, let's just do that right now. So Option Command G gives me this menu. And if we select all of these, including track 6, which nothing is actually on, but I think we'll let that slide for the time being. If we do that and then go back to the mixer like this, that's Command M. Now if I right click, oh, but interestingly, we're not selecting this, are we? Well, that's interesting, but I think I might know how to do that. Namely, so now that I've split those, I wonder what that noise is. Let's find out. So we're clearly going to do things with this. This is just raw materials, but the guts of it are intended that all of these different parts go together. In some cases, they are triggered simultaneously by electric currents because it's based off of a modular synthesizer doing its thing. But having done that, I have grouping, meaning that if there we go. Or perhaps not. Huh. Okay, so this is me figuring out how grouping works. Let's do this again. Okay, we can group those together, but they are different lengths, aren't they? So I also do not know why these are being selected together, but maybe it has something to do with the length of the regions in the window. Let's now find out whether they all get selected together. Yep. So Reaper is finding everything with the same region length contained in the group. And when I select it, I can select all of those things. If I hit S, I split items at the cursor, and that's how we're going to chop up some of this stuff. And then we're going to slide them around in the screen. We can duplicate moments, we can move stuff around wildly, and it's now selecting all of the things. As, oh, well, apparently not. Look at that. Now, why did it just... Okay, could it be, do I have a move to beginning of... Let's see if we can find a move to beginning of. Nope. Nope. It's not going to be on the track level, it's on the overall window level. Do I have move to beginning of in window? Nope. I can click. Oh wait, no, I've got a button for that. Boom. This would be why that was doing what it did. There. Now they're all the same length. So if you see what I was doing and why I was doing it, and it's a bit of a moot point, but worth exploring, is I am still working out how to select things in Reaper. So that's the journey I'm on. Also, I feel like I want to switch some of these things off. I don't want auto crossfades for my stuff. I don't need grid lines. I don't think they're being shown anyhow. And I don't want snapping, because one of the things I'm doing with this moving stuff around is I've already got like sound pictures of instruments playing with each other in the screen here. Like this is a continuous jam of whatever is going on here, which is probably not all that much, but we'll see. And I've got it set up the way that I normally would. I think this looks a little bit different. Oh, the reason this looks different is because it has receives. That's the blue line. And we are sending this to master, and these are sending only to, yep, okay, so this is set up correctly. Yep. Reaper is smart and a bit tricky. And I have not yet even sorted out some of my things. So here's one of the things I was going to sort out. I have an action list and shortcuts. And if I'm not mistaken, this is going to have a certain amount of control surface set up. In particular, I think my basic Reaper install is being saved with these projects. I'm not absolutely certain, but I think this might be saved per project. And some of my controls are sends, but I don't want them to be sends. So what we're going to do is delete these things, and then when I start setting up, see, and we don't really have anything else other than some key commands and things in there, and we're going to leave those alone, like Command Z should indeed be undo. This is where you find all your key commands in Reaper. So I'm going to leave that stuff alone. Weirdly, it says Command plus Q, quit Reaper, but I do not see a ... there, implying that the entire project can go foof. I think it will ask if I want to save. So here's how interface works. If you have a key command like this, and it does a thing, and it will throw up a modal dialog saying, you haven't saved anything, dude, are you sure you want to do that? Then it should say quit Reaper ... Because that's the thing where if you've made a change, it might conceivably step in and go, hey, are you sure you wanted to do that thing that you just said that you were going to do? Command Option S, as we see on the screen, says save project as ... meaning you have to type in new stuff. Command S is just straight up save project. So this is, I never can tell. Sometimes what I'm doing is just talking through the basics, because I know there's going to be people watching, if not now, then perhaps later, who have no idea what any of this is. And I've been there, because I mean, even now, sometimes I look at Reaper and go, wow, there's a lot here. And I'm attacking it on sort of every level at once, because I'm simultaneously doing this basic stuff like, how do I select a thing in Reaper? When I right-clicked and selected this, why did the ones above rather than below not select? Oh, because I didn't make the size of the regions all match. Now that they all match, it gets everything, because I have grouping on. And if I have grouping off, guess what? You only do whatever the little marquee thing crossed over, even if that is one of a stereo pair of tracks. Whereas then if you put grouping on, it suddenly still doesn't do that, which is interesting. So I'm going to keep an eye out on that one. Clearly, if I assume grouping is always going to do what I want, that's not actually true. But in this case, I can at least get, under some circumstances, I can get everything to work. And under this circumstance, I can get everything to work. And if I was to hit S under nothing selected, now I've got a little subchunk of the entire project as if I was editing a multi-track tape. And so, yeah, we are still talking our way through some of these very basics and moving on in the direction of actually being able to do something. We ain't even listened to music yet much, but that's because you gotta sometimes walk through some of this stuff. So here's where I'm going to drag this to the bottom of the screen, which hopefully it'll let me do. Very good. Because everything above this point is going to have console ConsoleX on it. Oh, also Leander has a quick question. Double A, how detune interacts. I'm pretty sure that they modulate flat and sharp. I couldn't tell you which one goes flat and which one goes sharp, so experiment and find out. I do not remember, and even if I looked up the code, I would be like, huh, what does that actually mean again? Let's also move the send file to the end there. So first thing we're going to do is actually make a couple of, well, at least one more track. Ooh, and that's not in the right place, is it? One convenient thing about using something like this is it's got all these sends going around, but it is going to correctly keep everything sorted. If I put a track in the middle, it will move all of the sends and things around. Yeah, you're in the backlog. Yeah, I feel you, man. I'm always in the backlog. I have actually no idea whether you're a man or not. So, oops. Apologies if I just got that wrong. I am completely scattered today. Sometimes that's just where I'm at. If you look at your own YouTube demographic, sometimes you can see that I might make a mistake like that more easily because my viewership tends to be giant nerd sausage fest, which is fine. That is fine in its own way, but I would be very enthusiastic at seeing that spread out a little bit. Anywho, first things first, I've just added a thing. So let's add, oh, I could have told it to be at the end of the track list. Let's have a couple of verbs going on. And one of them is going to be, let's see, because I'm going to use my K reverbs. Let's use the new version of Clearcoat, which is not, let's use a bunch of things that are not out yet. For instance, here is something that is not out yet. It is a plugin called Creamcoat, which is similar to Clearcoat, but the derez for it uses Bezier curves to reconstruct the wave. And I've got a little pre-delay. I'm going to run it full wet, and that'll be my bright ambience. It just won't be that bright of an ambience because it's not as crunchy as CrunchCoat. And then over here, let's use I'm not sure yet, but we'll find out. How about starting to set up some of these things? That might be a good idea. So here's where we're going to start. We're going to start with ConsoleX channel, and then I'm going to be setting up my control surface. Although I am not sure this is going to come natural, I might actually be better off just doing everything with the mouse. But I did make the tiny little control surface by soldering it together from a kit. So I'd kind of like to use it if I can. And here's how we start. By going to param in the effects param list. Nothing seems to be specified. So we're going to operate some of these MIDI controls, enable them when the track is selected, soft takeover of absolute mode, meaning you got to move it past to grab the control, otherwise it won't just immediately pop to whatever the control is when you bump it. You have to switch out and grab it in order to make it happen. I'm not going to worry about making an envelope because I'm not that worried about running automation. And I have now moved channel 34. I think also in the process of working with this tiny control thingy, I shut off the gyroscope mode that it has, so it's not being derailed by tilt information constantly. I more or less defused that, setting up the firmware, but I can make it be 35 or 34. And that means the air control, if in fact I have the track selected, here's how this is going to work. Now I have this assigned to the control surface. And I've got my control surface with the following caps on its little sliders. You see it looks a little bit different. White, gray, black, yellow, red, green, blue, and black again. And I'm going to use that for sort of gain staging and level getting. And it's going to be air, fire, stone, treble, high, mid, low, mid, and bass, and fader. And everything else I'm going to have to manage using the mouse. Because I feel like the manipulating with the control surface is great fun and cool and stuff. But I tried doing it with multiple, okay, there we go. Here's fire. That's channel 35. See, if I start copying these around, they will all work appropriately with this. And this also gives me the opportunity to have controls coming from a control surface where I'm not paying attention to what the number is. Because paying attention to what the number is only leads to sadness and grief. It has nothing to do with what it sounds like. So we're just going to go through and assign some of these things. Also note that I don't have range on the control surface. Instead, I moved directly over to learning, say, treble. That's this yellow one. That's 37. And in future, I'll have a different control surface where I get to map all of these to something. But for now, we're straight up just doing it like this. And I'm going to see whether this is any quicker or easier. And again, I don't have control over the frequency or the width. In future, I'm going to have that. For now, I don't. But there's my high mid right there. Hopefully this won't take too long. Pleased to be learning low mid now. There we go. Got it. I wonder if I can tell it. Nope. I just right-clicked on that to see whether it would do anything, but no. That's not how you do that. Bass is the blue one. Also, one challenge with this tiny little control surface is that it's just this stack of tiny faders all next to each other, so it doesn't actually have the kinesthetic sense of being able to orient yourself, like reach for the joystick on the left and it does a thing. Instead, it's this tightly packed little batch of sliders. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I must have a very slow chat going on. I must have a lot of delay going on. Anyhow, that's just me trying to be aware. Being aware is something that I think is good. It's like being awake. And let's see, fader, the final one that I need to care about. 41. I have buttons where I can enable this little control surface to do as many as like 8 banks, giving me as many as 64 things, but then I have to keep track of which bank is enabled and push tiny little buttons on the side to switch among the banks. And I tried that and it was a nightmare. It was wildly distracting, so I'm not going to do that. But watch this. We've got a whole bunch of controls that are moving around associated with a control surface. And this is what you can do with the control surface. So now all of my levels are associated with physical knobs on a thing. And if I remember correctly, let's see. Is it, no, it is just a drag, letting me assign this with its MIDI assigns. Oh, maybe I can do something else, like save this as default parameter mappings. So if I load this up in some other way, if I load this up in a different thing and hit default controller mappings, it will use my new little things until I get another one and clear that. So that gives me a start. And then let's see, continue to do this. What I'm driving at with all of this stuff, and I think I'll go all the way over to 8, and that is the new stereo, the new stereo this. Here's the this. The new stereo this is a stereo synthesizer lead. So if I scooch this over where you can see the controls, we're now bouncing around among different control settings. And they're all ready to go. But what I need to do is figure out which things are what, because this is going to follow some of the stuff that I've programmed in for these. Although, wait, no, actually, no, this is not going to, but meter is going to, so never mind. When I have the GUI version is going to use track color and track name in the interface. Hey, good, sweeter than anything. Good morning and day and evening. So let's see. We can name this. I was literally just fooling with it, so that's a good start. And then we can also experiment with some of these other things and see what they are. So let's start doing that. I'm pretty sure it's going to be much the same thing for each batch of audio. We've got the beginning batch for like 9 or so minutes of jam, and then another even more minutes of jam. And it's going to be about finding which bits are even worth keeping, if any, and constructing something out of whatever parts of this jam seem worth having. Because if I remember correctly, most of this did not make the cut. Like, I didn't end up doing anything with this because I felt like it was all hot garbage. But that's because I was listening to all the tracks going at all times. I was not doing any aggressive mix managing with it. I had just done all of this, got tired and stopped, basically. And it may have other changes in it, or it may be just very samey. And we're going to see what's even here. And then, since we are running, I don't know why this keeps sitting over in the wrong place. Let's see if it keeps doing that. It sure does. We seem to be having an ongoing problem where we can do this, but then as soon as we close it and reopen it, oh no, wait, that time it was happier. Never mind. Seems like it's less subject. Oh, now it's back over here. That's mega helpful. Oh, speaking of which, we have one more drag and drop to do. The return channels for the reverbs contain ConsoleX channel. In fact, they also need to contain console 9 bus. Yep. As a decode. And let's do our dragging around. We do the decode using the same basic technique that ConsoleX is using. Then the reverb, and then put it back into a channel because I learned stuff from watching a Chris Lord Algae video where he was clearly running all of his effect sends back into his desk and doing stuff with them. Meaning, hey, want to compress the reverb return and then also put an EQ on it and put a mid-range bump and put this and put that and gate it, go ahead. And that seemed like such a good idea that I decided I was going to do it. So that's now part of the workflow. Rather than working too hard to make the effect returns work a certain way. Speaking of returns, I have multiple returns, and so we're going to drag this over here. And again, see, if it's selected, we can manipulate this stuff. So I have to pay close attention to having stuff selected, but some of these are now putting the window in the right place, and some of them are going to put the window off screen, most likely. For instance, yeah. So I'll just drag them in as I see fit. I don't know why they're putting the windows in the wrong place, but I do know that they are. And having now set up all of the ConsoleX channels, see ConsoleX channel at the end of the channel, and then the reverb sends and returns are also channels in their own right. And then it all goes to the bus, and I've got the ConsoleX bus on the bus. And then I've got meter, which we're not looking at right now, although I'm pretty sure it's running right now. And then clip only 2 is a safety clipper, and monitoring 3. And then we are also running to the SWB audio capture, which is how I'm sending stuff to stream, like this. And then when I switch back to this camera, the microphone's on, but I can switch it so the microphone's off. If I don't switch the microphone off, then you'll be hearing. I have a bunch of muting and switching and stuff to do for various things. For instance, if I switch to the distant room for mix check at a distance, I will be needing to turn SWB audio capture off so that I'm not also putting like DI audio straight to stream, because that's something that we get to do later. Although I don't technically have to have that camera and stuff on right now, but whatever, it's on. And let's see how much of this we can get ready to go by the end of the first hour of streaming. This is a Fender Rhodes, which seems to be fairly loud. I think one of the things that frustrated me about this was that I had a hard time playing the keyboard well enough. This is a real Rhodes, but there were things about it I was simply not happy with. And I think part of it is that I'm trying to do these riffs going along with it. And if I'm not mistaken, this is running into hardware transformer DI, and I'm just using it to kind of slam. I don't know whether this is running a analog compressor. It might. Or it might be just hitting the transformer DI so hard that it's effectively clipping that. But it's basically like play rhythm keyboard along with whatever else is going on, and it'll be wonderful. But when there's just too much happening in the mix, the fact that it's kind of sloppy keyboard playing doesn't even help. But that means I could slice little chunks out of this and use this as a separate section. If, that is, I can find any parts of it that I like. I just feel like a lot of this, and I remember hurting my fingers on the keys doing this, it's actually fairly hard to make a Rhodes bark. And when I say bark, what I mean is, it sounds like this. That little chirp there is just the tines of the Rhodes acting a certain way when I play them loud enough. And the way I recorded it, I was all about getting that sound to work. But I have objections to how well the playing of it worked. I don't think the music is very good. It's basically me just trying to keep up with something else that's happening. So let's see what else is in this mix while we're going about it. This could have possibilities. This could definitely have possibilities. I am pretty sure this is his aux box. It's his aux box playing this little riff. Yeah, because I can hear one of the things that's happening with it. This could be a highlight, because I'll be able to do something with this sound that'll work nicely. I just happen to have overdubbed so many things on top of it that it's like, what are you doing? Why are you adding 12 different instruments jamming on top of this stuff? Like, listen closely to what's happening with that synth. This aux box is also driving a modular synth sine wave generator that's being fed back into its frequency input. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on there. So we've got a frequency modulated aux box. The oscillator is doing a little more than it usually does. And you can hear the FM quality about it. Like, I can boost the lows here. So this is this aux base in which everything else is based, and then there's just a million jam tracks on top of it, which is why I didn't like this first. Some of this could be completely omitted, or just wildly dragged around and reimagined. But this is the core of what I was doing with this track. and the guts of it seem to be more or less legit. It's just that I don't honestly know whether this is a predictable pattern or whether it's just throwing a bunch of random notes, because if it's a Zoxbox, it's going to be playing exactly the same thing over and over, but I do have the capacity to patch multiple patterns into each other. Like I can stack patterns and play them in multiple let's skip around and see what else it does. I feel like the frequency modulation is throwing different apparent notes out of it, but it is still essentially the same part over and over again. I think earlier in the jam, there's a different riff that comes in, and maybe it got a little too confusing for me. And this is back to see the amount of thud that has to it. I could make something out of this just by stripping it down and having it be more minimal. I've got the power to do it. I can bring in some reverbs and effects and things and do something nice with it. It's just that I layered so much stuff on top of it and didn't really know what to do. So here is the beginning of this whole section. See, it has a different riff. And that's something you can do with a Zoxbox. In programming it, you can make it do the same loop. You can make it do the thing that 303s do, which a Zoxbox is a fake 303 in hardware, where you program a single loop that's like a 16-note loop, and then just repeat it ad infinitum. But you can also stack different ones, or do like 3 of one and then 1 of another and 3 of one. It will repeat whatever stack of arranged things you've done. And that can include shorter loops. So this is actually an odd time. And that's probably what threw me and why there's 2 different sections, one of which has manipulations on the odd time. And then the second section is omitting that, I guess because I got frustrated and felt like it wasn't working anymore. So now we have a spot where it backs out a little bit, and then it's going to come back in. So let's count that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1. Yeah, it's definitely not 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 58. Or something to that effect, anyhow. That's also a nifty sound. Let's have a quick look at Meter and see what Meter makes of this. It's not sure, but I bet I can fix it. I bet that can be brought into a meter savvy sound. It just happens to be too bassy for the moment. Also, a cute little detail here is that when it becomes quiet, that red means that there is hiss in this track. And then when we do this, Zoxboxes are pretty good at making a meter-savvy sound, where it's making those blue spots, which indicate that the waveform angles are nice. here's the section where I just started doing stuff with it, but we're no longer doing 15/8. So we got a 15/8 and we got an 8/8. It went a lot bassier, a lot bassier. So when you're trying to do a meter-based mix on this kind of thing and you're making noises like this, one of the things that you can do is bring other instruments in that will fill in the high frequencies, because this is very consistently hitting a certain level of extremely bassy, whereas every sound doesn't have to do like the correct thing on meter. It's the combination of sounds that might matter. In any case, Zox bass with lead, because one of the things you spell Zoxbox with a 0. That's apparently just what you do. Let's bounce over and see now what track 3 is. Oh, I know what that is. That's another Zoxbox. That's what that is. So part of what I was doing with all of this, and it's belied by the number of tracks I overdubbed, like what was I doing trying to put a Rhodes on there? I was doing a Zox bass jam where I've got two Zox boxes, both with manipulations to their oscillators, making them do a more interesting sound. But one of the things about that, the reason I called it cat technosm, is because those Zox boxes are linked together using DIN-sync. Listen to what they sound like together. They're playing different patterns, but the synchronization that they have is tighter than MIDI. It's arguably tighter than some modular synthesizers. It is straight up Roland style DIN-sync, meaning the rise time of the synchronization pulse is what triggers the other synth. So the tightness of how tightly these two synchronize is unusually good. Now what I'm doing with them, it might be a whole other story. It's hard. I'll probably want to listen to the combination of these two things and see whether there are good moments that I might want to like bring out, loop, put into a new section. And I'm clearly manipulating them both together. And then I think some of my other stuff that I have in here, I'm not playing the rest of this stuff, because what's going to be happening with this is I use these two synths, and I've got the modular also running because I'm using it to manipulate. Let's see what this one does. This is the 8/8 section. So I may very well be wanting to do some heavy manipulation of this non-linearly, just edit the crap out of it. Because what we're hearing here, this has started to play the role of like a drum. And I'm quite happy with that. That seems fine to me. But one of the reasons that I'm not liking it is because it might be acting like a drum, but the frequency balance is all wrong. I need to EQ it quite heavily. And find appropriate spots where I like the noise it's making. If I brought in the Rhodes, for instance, that doesn't really go together. I'm thinking I'm going to be taking the Rhodes and just dropping bits of it in. I might even cut between synthesis things like this and human things like the Rhodes. And then combined things like Syn Lead acts a little bit like both. That can sort of bridge the gap. But a lot of my sounds here are a degree of like synthetic locked in. Again, this is a good little techno jam. We just have far too many overdubbed things distracting from the groove. And some of these synthesizer noises clearly want to be soloed. We're going to want to drop into sections where bits of these noises are sort of doing their own thing. But as long as the multi-tracks are synchronized, like these two tracks are synchronized on a level beyond even the sample accurate basis. Like these are subsample accurate synchronized because they are using DIN sync and the oscillators are just straight up being triggered at the same instant. So also what's going to happen and I can definitely use these sounds and build something around them. In fact, one of the things that we can do is just, hi, let's move all of this an hour out. So we're going to be building stuff in here by taking chunks of what we've moved way out here, and we'll just copy and paste or drag or whatever, slice up little chunks of it, and keep dragging over entire sections. Just pieces or whatever, and construct something. But the way we're going to construct something is rather than drag individual things and start sliding them around in the arrange window, we're going to grab only the bits that we want, but we've also got a little bit of we got to find out what some of these other tracks are. So let's start with that. Again, with the late speak for the Zoxbox, because Zoxboxes are spelled with 0. And now we know that those are there, and now we know that we have a Rhodes, which doesn't actually serve much of a purpose unless we use it as an entirely separate thing. Like switch over abruptly to a section where it's made out of Rhodes and like Syn Lead, made out of human played things. And then just kind of use that, but not try to reference both the Rhodes and the Zoxes at the same time, because they won't really go together, because they don't really fit. What's track 4? Aha! Here is whatever kick we were using. That is very consistent. Excuse me. So I don't know how tricksy this got, but I do know we're going to be able to make a good kick out of this kick, because it's already pretty decent, but we have ConsoleX to work with. And you know, you've got some of the features of ConsoleX already. I've already put out Stonefire, I've already put out Parametric, so a lot of what I'm doing is already available. Just the full Monty of it, I've got to work with this in order to know whether it's working properly. So one thing I notice here is that the odd time one, and the way this is being done is the aux boxes are timing everything. These aux boxes are timing everything in two separate ways. The one probably base that is controlling everything is sending a DIN sync synchronization pulse to the other aux box, which is where we get it. But it's also sending a MIDI synchronization in a very primitive way. It's not even sending any MIDI notes, it's just sending timing to the modular synthesizer. And the modular synthesizer is what's triggering this kick. It's not really MIDI, it's just taking MIDI time sequences. And it's not actually synchronizing on MIDI notes so much as it is just taking in the time base. And so we have a nice tight synchronization going on with this as well. And then there's our kick, and for this first entire section, come to think of it, it hiccuped for a moment there, but it felt better again. For this entire section, it's 4/4, but the sync was weird. For this entire section, it's 4/4 rather than 15/8. But now the kick is doing a weird thing. So at no point do I have them both being normal. So you could start off the track with something like this. More happening in the kick, and not really going into the weird section. You could have stuff like I don't know, bits of roads there. I'm probably going to just drag bits of roads and human played things around without synchronizing them because they are already out of sync. My ability to play electric piano was not strong enough to be able to keep up with the machines. The machines are too tight. But one thing we do know about this, however, is that it's kick. So we'll be building something out of that. What's next? Okay, we've got a nice little hat. Oh, I have nothing selected. Just a moment. So we could spice up the hat a couple of ways. We could do it that way, or we could do air, which ain't bad. That's an okay texture for a hat, and it's not loud enough to become too much of a problem. Again, if we fire up meter, we are getting our red dots filling up the range we want, but we are not getting any of the spikes to speak of because it's simply not loud enough. Like we pull it right back, and then it doesn't have much going on for it at all. We could also make it louder in other ways. like fooling around with it like this. We can make it too bright. Also, remember that our parametrics are running parallel to Stonefire. So we can construct our hat this way. I'll just pull it right back again. And of course, this is independent of whether we want to do any compression or gating. Gating might work pretty well for this. We might have a nice time doing gating on it because it'll cut back the background noise a little bit. In any case, that is our hat. So clearly we have a start there. What else have we got? Because the Zox's kick and hat, we could make a track out of 3 of these tracks alone. We could do stuff with just only the synthetic stuff. But we're not. We're going to see whether we can do anything else. So we've established that's our hat. I think that's consistent, but let's see what else it does, if anything. Like we've got that one little riff. Some of this stuff is pretty stable. I think that's intentional. It's not actually trying, well, I'm actually not sure. Just a moment. So there's our hat. There's its little sting. What happens if we are using is the hat doing 15/8? Yes. Okay, the hat is following the time signature of the bass. It's doing that little sting just before it kicks back in. That's useful to know. In fact, I might even move it to be with the bass because it's following it. And that's going to be consistent. See the little sting? And then back to the 1. So, oops, get out of the way. So, we drag the hat to be right next to bass. I think lead will also relate. And what else have we got? And I know that kick is not actually going to be tied to. So these, we could do a thing where these things are color coded to be stuff in the same time signature. But first, let's see what's in track 6. Aha. That is also following the bass. And I'm clearly messing with it and doing things with it. And it's not always doing its thing. In fact, yeah. That is a musically modular chord organ that's following some kind of sequencer, and the sequencer is also tied to the time signature where the bass and the hat are doing. So I've got the background stuff synchronizing with sort of the global riff here. And it seems to be in key. That's fine. Let's put those auxes next to each other again. But how about I start shuffling the rest of this stuff around a little bit so that my underlying beat from the kick is sitting in one place, but then I've got a stack of other things doing other things. So that lead aux was clearly following things. Now what happens to this pair of instruments? It clearly cuts out here. Nothing's happening here. But over here we stop doing the funny time signature. Does the keyboard part, which is just a module, track that or not? Oh, this no longer makes any sense there. So that would be another reason why I gave up on this track. We've got this happening, but this is still following the 15/8 time signature. But the hat is not. At least I don't think it is. What time signature is that thing doing? Yeah, that hat is still 8844, whatever you want to call it. On the other hand, my kick in this section is much more complicated. Which means technically I could have a section that's just doing this little rhythmic pattern, this stuff going on. That is something available. However, back to here. Let's close this. Fair, 666 Dreamboat, fair. I get you. So this is the chord that is not there some of the time. And then in this whole second section, it's not doing anything useful. So we're going to call that 15 chord. Because it only makes sense in the 15/8 section. Anywhere else, it's kind of getting in the way. And it can sit over in this section, I'm guessing. Although a lot of the time, I feel like not having it be high up on the list, because it shouldn't be high up on the list. It's not actually very good. What's this one? This is something else. That is a percussive noise. This is yet another chord. It's also being generated by a chord organ, but it's just a high frequency blip, except for when it's doing this. So clearly what I did with this one, and I'll need to keep it tied to the Zox. It synchronizes with the hat nicely. And it's kind of just a weird little sound effect, to the point where it makes a neat contrast, but I do not think that it works very well having it on top of everything. I'm pretty sure in trying to experiment with this, I simply was not extracting individual pieces of it often enough. And this is mostly just reinforcing the hat. In fact, pretty much literally all the time it's just reinforcing the hat. It barely ever even stretches out. But sometimes it does. See, there's something else I'm doing with it as well. The chord organ and my firmware for it, because I programmed custom firmware for the Music Thing modular chord organ, lets you set a portamento speed, and that's what I'm doing here. We've slowed down the portamento to where the notes are barely following anything. So this has turned into a weird thing where you could use it as a section. Like, here's a bridge where it just does something weird. And you kind of assemble a synthetic track out of stuff like this and then mix the heck out of it and make it interesting. But it involves like individual stuff getting repeatedly juxtaposed, and almost nothing is playing all at the same time. Like, we don't have the Rhodes solo over that. Everything needs to be a lot sparser, but there needs to be enough going on that it lights up meter and fills up meter with energy and stuff happening. That was over a very loud, aggressive section. You could do this. And this is without setting anything on console yet. We haven't done any dialing in of tones. We're just finding all of the stuff. We're doing our little fishing expedition. Is we're down to almost the very last. In fact, that was the last track, wasn't it? I'm gonna call that hat chord. Well, wait. What happens when we're in this section? Because this section we're doing hat chord. It is clearly just doubling the hat. So I could call it hat chord and put it next to the hat. But what happens when we're in this section? Okay, that's still percussive. I'm trying to see whether it does anything else ever. That's serving almost like a drum. Yeah, now it's doubling the Zox back drum. The nice thing about having the hardware doing this kind of stuff is its ability to synchronize really tightly. And then do little arrangement tricks like that in the arrange window. I don't think I have to sidechain expand it to the hats. In this section, it's just straight up doing this. Oh no, your music is probably fine. Probably just as fine as this, because this is weird stuff. We're just going to use it appropriately rather than try to play it all together. That is pretty much just a click. I'm going to call it stab chord. Again, I keep opening up things I don't mean to be opening. And we'll put it next to hat and, oops. See, I have to move my windows around a little bit because I was trying to move a thing in the arrange window, and what happened? But I just threw a window in my way. I can't even have to move it out of the way in order to even do this, which is stab chord should sit between Zox lead and hat, because for the first section it goes with hat, and for the second section it goes with Zox lead. Oh, neat, sweeter than anything. I didn't realize that that was even possible. Cool. So we're going to be trying to make music out of a pile of mess like this. This is the reason why I didn't like is because it's trying to play everything at once, which is no good. And it's getting on towards 10:30. I think it might be time for me to go and make another cup of coffee, do a little pit stop. And so what I'm going to do is open up something to play. And I tell you what, I'll get back to you in a minute. Back in a sec. Hi, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. On days when I am not feeling as well as I would like, it will take me longer to get through things like my making coffee and taking a pit stop and all. But I am feeling better enough that I think we can quit out a twisted wave. That was Batik Erotic. It has not come out as a track, but we're trying to work on something fairly similar now. And yeah. I see some comment in the chat, which by all means comment when I'm not available. Coffee setup at the moment for today is the espresso maker. That is a Cafe Latte robot. It doesn't always work super well, but sometimes it works pretty good. There is a result. And I am continuing to put my blend of cinnamon, a little bit of stevia, and cayenne to make it bitey coffee. Guy from Blue Cat Audio has a delay where you can put plugins inside it. You might look into that. Sweeter than anything. You might look into whatever the Blue Cat delay is that lets you load plugins inside it. Now Sylvan S mentions, what's the chord sheet from behind the hourglass? And that is indeed the same thing as like the paper chord cylinder thing that I made. It's an earlier version of it. And it's showing the chords. It's also showing a set of tempos above it with words that are associated with the tempos. And some numbers, and that's interesting. And I'm now not remembering what the numbers mean. So, like, I'm looking at them right now, and what I'm seeing is like 99 relaxed 0.825-1.212 or 18. So near as I can tell, oh, okay. It says these numbers are ratios of these tempos from 120 beats per minute. I'm not sure why I thought that was important to include. I guess I just did. Fair. Some of these things, it's like, okay, I put that in there. I don't remember why I did that. Seems kind of weird. And then, of course, there's text on the mouse pad. That is not on the cylinder. And what the text on the mouse pad reads is top row, minor, all other rows have a less than or greater than next to them. In those directions, you find new chords you didn't already have in the key column you're in. 4 rows escalate, greater than. 2 rows resolve, less than. And then for each of these, it's associated with a key. Like A minor, B minor, C, D minor, E minor, F, G7. If you pick C, those are the chords for if you were in G major. Or A relative minor, same chords, vertical slice on this. In the cylinder, it's actually a horizontal slice, instead it rotates. With this, it's a vertical slice, and adjacent vertical slices are closely related chords. And then we've got all kinds of, like, if you were in the key of C, so you have all the white keys on there, but then you were playing in D minor, you're in Dorian. So it gives you a minor third, but also note the major sixth, the note of which is shown in the Locrian row, second from the top. That gives this mode its flavor. So I have all this commentary, that I ended up just forgetting anyway, and it's all trying to keep track of this stuff as it goes. I have 2 of these mouse pads. One of them has binding on it, the other one does not. I never ended up making it into a product to sell because people simply weren't interested. And so I've made things that you can print out and make up, like the cylinder here, to do fairly similar results. But I continue to work on all of these things and have them be relatable stuff that people could use to do things with. And it starts with me trying to do things with those things. So let's do something. Firstly, let's move that the heck out of the way. Track color 4, Rhodes and Sinlead, the human played instruments. Human played instruments in purple. Track color 4. Well, hang on though. I may as well also color where the Sinlead came from, because that's actually the part that I would need to edit and move around. I am thinking about whether I want to make a color associated with the time signature of the bass, but I think probably not. Kick in blue. Sucks bass in blue, but that lead is a percussive color. And the stab sometimes just goes with it, so we're going to have that be the same color. And then our hat color. And then this just does something totally else, so we're going to pick something weird for that. And then we're not going to be looking at them most of the time. So it's probably worth, yeah, some of the ratios might be interesting for polyrhythms. Oh, indeed, indeed. The numbers that I printed out on this particular, I'm not sure if the other mouse pad has the same numbers, but that can also be a useful thing. My tempo numbers also have other observations having to do with them. I had them working as a sort of barber pole between like relaxed and intense or whatever. I'm not entirely sure what tempo my stuff is at here. Although there might be a tempo tracker. I wonder if there's a tempo tracker around here somewhere. Taco's tempo meter. How about that? Have we got a tempo meter? We've got a bit meter. I'm not sure what this is. Let's find out. I need to learn how to do these things. There's stuff I'm going to need to do. Okay. Cool. I'm not sure what I expected, but that is certainly a tempo meter. I'm looking at Sweeter's comments. I don't think Wolfbot will be a good vintage sampler preamp sim. Maybe it is. I couldn't really tell you. Bear in mind, Wolfbot will kill your extreme lows really badly. Like, what's this? Except I don't think I have it right there, so I'm going to have to look it up. Swoop and swoop. Yeah, so here's what Wolfbot will do to a kick. Turn it on. So that's not that terrible, but that's taking away the extreme lows quite a lot. Wolfbot is more aggressive than it looks. So let's see. Yeah, when I was doing the keyboard stuff, and when I say keyboard stuff, what I mean is when I was doing Wolfbot's video and the bass guitar, I looked at the end result, and it was making the bass guitar into a series of fat pulses along with basically just flat sections. It turned it into a weird, ugly pulse wave. Bear in mind, if you are doing that to any sound that's supposed to have real bass to it, it's taking away all the real bass and turning it into something else. You may or may not want that. In particular, a lot of good vintage synths and samplers are not lacking in bass. A lot of good vintage synths and samplers sound the way that they do because they have like these crude resistor ladder DACs and are capable of putting a bunch of voltage behind low frequency information in no uncertain terms. They can be beefy in a way that Wolfbot cannot, because Wolfbot is too filtered. I've also been wondering a little bit about, I was getting asked for, can we now have the Kalman filter but like a synthesizer? Which seems like madness and wouldn't possibly work, but I've never actually tried stacking it. That's the thing. And usually when you stack things, you wind up getting an accentuation around the resonant filter, so it's possible. I would hesitate to call it impossible. Let me continue fooling. There. So there's a number of things we can do here going forward, but one of them could well be, let's start dialing in some of our sounds. That's always kind of interesting, and I know how to do that. So there's no reason we can't give it a shot. here's how that's going to work. For one, let's set a looping section so that it'll keep playing whatever it's playing. And we can sneak in some of the other instruments so that we can get a context for what might be happening. But we're going to be fooling with the kick. So I feel like some of this might be easier just with knob. Firstly, if we made it all out of stone, we can put a real low thump on there that does appear to be doing the basic thing I want. And I put the control surface aside. I feel like I've got too much else going on. I'm reading chat. Yeah, 666 Streamboat? I don't know. But here's what I was doing. We are on the kick. So one thing I can do is I can use the low pass to cut back aliasing. I can also cut back air. We can boost the thump a little bit. We're clipping a little bit simply because we've got that synth in there too. And with mids, it's this. And without, it just kind of settles right back. So that's a round feeling thing going on. We can also gate, you know. Here's the gate threshold. Here's the gate sustain and release. Let's shut some of this other stuff off. Because that's taking up a lot of space. So again, stone is just this. Fire is more mid-range because I've got the range quite low. And then if we gate it, fire only, stone only. And we've got the releases as fast as they will go. let's use that for fire. Now they're triggering at different speeds. We have this funny thing going on where the later we fire the gate on stone, or indeed stop firing it at all, now we have only the gate on fire. Here's the release. We can have the sustains be about the same. So that's a sharp mid-rangey kick, but then when we start bringing in the lows, the differences in threshold are causing an interesting high frequency effect. It doesn't actually show up with air. That's almost a flam. We have the attack threshold for the gate on stone so delayed that it's being fired at distinctly different times. If we have it perfectly matched, it's going to be different. So it feels like that's a real solid thud going on. I'm basically just getting this going. We don't really need to do any compression, so I don't actually have... there ain't no reverb here. There's no reverb yet. In fact, I don't even have a reverb assigned to the big scale reverb, only to the small one. Although, now that I mention it... Oh wait, no, we're not even close to doing that. We're not even close to doing that, sorry. So how do you accentuate a kick? Well, one thing that you can do is dial in a bass frequency. So one thing we can do is pull the stone back a hair and the master fader back a hair. We can also use top dB to just accentuate everything, or not. That's discontinuity. That is available to you already. You have it as a plugin. We're not going to want to use treble to add point on this. These are all operating in parallel of the gating and everything else. Meaning if we're controlling the low frequency speed of this, we can override it to some extent using the parametric. That gave me a little delay on things. just moving from upper mid-range or upper low to extremely low. I wonder whether I can clean things up with the low mids. Like maybe with very resonant low mids. Can we make some of that pull out a little bit, I wonder? That gives me a very accentuated low. Don't want that. See, I'm doing a cut for this sweep. A little punchier. A little gutsier. And the difference between this and the raw signal is kind of like this. This is what I started with. This is what we're turning it into. And let's find a high mid place where we can add a little bit more impact to this kick. Again, that is going to sneak its way around any of the dynamics we're doing. Hey, Ulimer, thank you for the observation. That is a very relevant observation. One of the things about this that's going on is that I need to make this not simply be a track that's supposed to be all of this, because I'm actively trying to turn this one into stripped down to just a few techno elements, because I initially abandoned this track because I was like, this is complete hot garbage. I can never make anything out of this, because there were too many things overdubbed on top of it and too many things going on inside it. So part of the challenge for this track is just isolating little bits of it here and there, typically including this kick drum most of the time, probably, in order to construct it. Let's show that again. Why does I not hear the aux bass? There it is. So, kick. And all of this is probably going to end up being dialed back bit by bit as I balance things. Weirdly, I've taken the kick entirely out of the making key noises. We'll see. Hey, Audio M, settle down. Audio M calls me my king. Damn, son, I'm not sure if I even want to find a girlfriend to call me that. That's intense. Anywho, high mid. High mid. That's what I want in this kick. Let's find some. I think my high mid stuff tends to be more high pitched than I need that's probably where I want it to sit, but it's going to need to be a lot quieter than that. So let's just voice that. And again, my release speeds of the gate are having quite an effect on things. And thresholds. There's that high mid. Now it's just poking out just enough. Yeah, right. You could do automation on bass drum if you wanted to. I'm probably not going to. I'm probably going to leave it largely alone. One of the things that I'm doing is trying to accentuate any discrepancies that might actually exist, considering that it's an analog bass drum, it's not a sample. So it's not going to fire quite the same way every single time. Hat. Let's bring in this, just to have something happening so that I can think about the this. I always got to think about the this, you know. So what could we do? Well, if we didn't have building out of the fire channel alone, range is going to set how high that crosses over. And that's how many lows are in it. I honestly don't think I need air on this one. But I want to find something else. Oh, we've got a treble boost on here already. Interesting. What would happen if we weren't using the parametric? Just this stuff. So we can see on hit record meter here, we are able to boost it to the point where it is too much highs. I'm also going to use top dB to make it be a quiet style of sound rather than a loud style of sound, because I don't want it saturating too hard. And then we can rein it in with low pass if we want. Hey, Robert Kennedy, what do you got in mind? Let's find out. Also, maybe we can gate this. Probably don't need high pitch. So there was our hat, and now we bring in the gate. Now it's heavily gated, so it's much quicker. Meter shouldn't be changing the audio. Meter shouldn't be changing the audio. Robert, that's a silly idea. Oh, I know what plugin you're talking about, you lemur. It just shouldn't be useful in any way. Let's see, where were we at? So that's the shortest possible release. That's speeding it up a little bit. And then if we lower the threshold a little bit more, we can have a nice little cleaned up hat that pokes through. Yes, DC filters should not be useful. Robert, I don't think I can do that. However, if you know all kinds of things about rescripts, I am looking for help with a certain thing. But then that's another story. In any case, I think I now have the hat dialed in. Let's play with what we're calling 15 chord. This thing that I'm calling 15 chord. If it is only air, it sounds like this, which is nothing but our high mid poking through. Seems cool. No. It's going away. Let's start it again. Oh, it went away. And it's going away again, but this might be a fine time to bring in some of those reverbs I was briefly talking about. And this is probably a fine time because we're starting to get an idea of what the voice of the thing is going to be like. So is it going to sound like it's in some kind of giant cathedral or a reverby hall-like space or a plate or something? We've got cream coat for brief stuff, but in my case series, we might be a fine time to bring in, like, would we be talking about a hall, or were we talking like a plate-like sound? I'm feeling like maybe more of a plate-like sound. So if we assume, now that we've got these, okay, I'm struggling with this a little bit, but don't mind me. There we go. We're adding receives from all of these things, and then let's get rid of some of them. Like, we don't want sends from all of these. We want sends from the ones that we're actively using. So let's go back to 11 again. Same deal. Not from there, not from L and R, but from all of these. And then the next thing you know, oh, well, that was weird. Why is it doing that? We shift click instead, at which point we can apparently not take all of the sends down. Why? What the actual heck? Somehow I had the impression, well, never mind, let's do it. Heck with it, we'll do it live. I thought I was going to be able to manipulate all of these. You know, if I had the full-size control surface, it would be dead simple, because I would assign the thing to a control surface, then I'd select all the tracks, and then I would be able to turn all the tracks down all at the same time. But no, apparently we can't do that. So instead, we're going to just try to click on these little things and neutralize them rather than having everything send to all of the reverbs full volume at all times. Because obviously that's what we want, right? Is to blow up our reverbs 100%. But I tell you one thing that we do in fact want, which is to give these things names. And then the sends actually say what the names are. And then we're going to want to hit this, play it, and now we have that plate soloed. Now, one challenge with the plate is that I can feed the plate like this, but I can't regenerate it without also cutting back the control on it. Yeah, Ulimer, I am not going to do that one. Multi-effects, no bueno. So we can do full regen, yes, but as soon as we start tightening up the lows, the sustain goes away. So that might be something of a concern. We can de-res it in order to get down to lower frequencies, or maybe not. And then as we continue to work with this plate, probably the best way of getting it into the zone where I want it to be it's on a channel. Dialing a little top dB. And let's live with that for the moment. Let's also see what my other one's doing. Hats. But one thing about this is it is already doing cream code. It's already doing the Bezier reconstruction. And that is because we're at 96K. This is actually one way to get deep reverb. I think I'm digging that one. Okay, so this becomes my airy verb. Let's now make the airy verb do something useful. Like here it is. Let's find that high mid and make it go away. Areas of power versus areas of preponderant energy. That is an area of preponderant energy that gets distorting. So, we're going to take that away a little bit. And then we're going to add just a little air and glitter to this. Trying to figure out where this needs to be. Quieter. And let's see whether we can get some useful compression happening in this. It's a little funny. Partly because we have such a steep ratio. On the control surface, these things kind of go in pairs, so it's a little easier to sort out where you stand in relation to them. Trying to make that sit about in a consistent way. And might we have a little more treble on there, seeing as this is the sparkle reverb? Yeah, there's a little sparkle. To our regular sound. Robert, I don't think I can make a VST do that. I don't think I can make a VST with 1024 parameters. It'll just crash anything it's in. I don't believe that is possible. Hey, Game Boy. There's the plate. Yeah, Robert, I tell you what I'm trying to make happen. I need a script where I can take a input from a control surface, you know, like this one with the red slider cap on it, and control the fader of any instance of ConsoleX channel on any channel that is colored red. And same for all the other colors. That's what I need. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. I'm doing the best I can with it all. Where can I make this particular percussive thing do something better? We're going to assume this one's a loud sound. Low mids, maybe? Yeah. Clean up the low mids on that one a little bit, because the bass that is going to be in there oh, Game Boy. Game Boy, Game Boy, Game Boy. Let's jump back to this for a moment. And did give you enough information, I'll say that right now. So the trick with that sound is that needs to be taking up a goodly amount of space because it's almost like the primary texture when stuff is happening. And we just looped back around again. Yeah, so the script I need to be able to take a input from a control surface. It's always going to be the same control surface input. What I have here is a control surface where I've got it assigned. The one in the end is controlling fader. I need to make it so that only if it is a certain color does it control fader, otherwise it does not. That's a start. Then I need to make each of them have their own colors, and then I need to make each of the colors control entire banks of faders based on what color you assign. So it's like, okay, let's make this be the red color fader. Let's turn some of these red. Every one that I turned red now responds to the same control surface input. This will, all the other assigned things continue to operate the ones that I click on. Like I've right now got it so that these three, you see on the top. And they can control this stuff. If I click on a different one, it's a different set of settings, but they still answer to the same control surface things. But I need to make it so that there are special control surface knobs that control fader for colors of the setting. Like a purple fader that controls the fader output of all of these different purple coded settings. That's what I need. I might just end up having to code it and I have no idea even where to start. So I'm really up a creek with that. But that is the explanation. Mute button. Yes. When I color a track, see I've got two different tracks colored orange. Let's pretend that I have a orange fader, right? So I can control this fader. It's not solo, but, and I've got a controller. Oh, and I've hit space by accident. I need to have a controller that will do both of these orange ones at the same time. And it'll be a specific MIDI CC that's not used for anything else. And that's what I need to make happen. Speaking of things that I need to make happen, it's probably time to start working on some of this other stuff. Well, no. No, there's going to be a orange slider, and it only controls ConsoleX channel, the final control fader, on all of the orange colored tracks. Yeah. It only does the one thing in that one plugin, which is a VST plugin. It's a third-party plugin. Doesn't do anything in actual Reaper's controls. It manipulates a particular control on a particular plugin. And I don't mind hard coding it all together, as long as I can get something to that effect. I mean, it could start with, like, I don't even know what the damn thing is supposed to be called, right? What is it, a remedia plugin or a rescript? REASCRIPT, rescript? I don't know how to make them. I don't know where to put them. I don't know how to load them. Do you load them as a plugin? Like, do you go for rescripts like this, or is that not where you put them? Good, because that wouldn't actually work, because it would be doing it somewhere else. So I know nothing about any of that stuff, but this is how it would need to do its thing. It needs to scan for input MIDI control surfaces, let through most of the messages to operate the way they normally do, but intercept some of the messages, which wouldn't be used anywhere else, so it's not like it has to remove those messages as it goes. And when it gets a message, whether it be, whichever control, whichever MIDI CC it is, it quick scans through and goes, okay, everything where it is a color, like purple, these two are in purple, and it makes fader in both of these channels be assigned to whatever the CC is. Absolute is fine. It doesn't have to be moving them relative to each other in any way. It can just punch in the variable. Because here we've got syn lead. That can be a control. Roads. That can be a control. It can take anything that's assigned to the color and override specifically just fader with the new CC value coming in. That's what it needs to do. Speaking of roads, here's one of the things that we need to do. Now that we've got some of our sounds working. I think I need to find places where the keyboards or the lead are doing something nice. If I can get a hold of your script, I can make it work. Like, pick any color value to start with, just to see whether that works. And I can't give you ConsoleX channel yet because it's not out, so I might have to wait. Or you can pick any arbitrary plugin. Like, you can start with this. See how we've got add effects, VST, and start with this. For VST purest gain, assign the control to slow fader for only such channels, because that could be overridden, I dare say. You'd be looking for like control 2 of whatever the plugin is. You'd be looking for that plugin, make it do purest gain, and then for everything where the input CC is coming in, there's going to be like 12 settings, because there's 12 CCs that will be like control surface faders. I can even show you a picture of the thing that I'm going to be working with. I want to make this beast work. All this stuff up here, everything from here I can work with this stuff just fine. Reaper already works with this just fine. Everything about up here I can make work just fine by having it as assigned to selected tracks, and I'll just make it go. Here's where I run into problems. I don't want it to even go into like tracks 1 through 12. I want these to be color-coded and to be able to assign them on the fly. Like, supposing this is red, what says number 2 here, supposing this is the red channel, anything that I assign to red, the fader will be overridden by whatever this becomes, meaning that I'll be able to do groups of tracks as I see fit. Oh, and you guys, by all means, have that conversation. I will be paying attention. And relearn, fair, okay. And you'll need to have some kind of control surface. But this is what I'm trying to make happen. I want a bank of colored faders. I'll be using like electrical tape to get that stuff working. And I'll put a little patch of electrical tape either on the surface or on the fader itself. And then from that point on, I'll be in Reaper going like, okay, let's make this set of tracks be blue. And then once I've got all of the colors assigned, I can ride the faders based on what classes of track. Like these are all background vocals. So I've called them all yellow. And then they're all sitting on the yellow fader. And I can adjust the volume of all of them together and add new things to that group as I go. Or take them away or have nothing assigned to any of the groups. And then none of the faders do anything. All of my drums could be like on gray or purple or something like that. Or I could have like the certain keyboards be on red, but also one of the reverb returns. And then if I pull that one fader back very slightly, all of those aspects of the mix, whether they be tracks, whether they be reverb or ambient returns, all slightly adjust together. And I get to pick what gets part of that group on the fly. And that would mean that they would all have to have the same fader position. I'm completely happy with that because what we see up here, fire, air, stone, and range, this serves as also gain staging. And then the positions of the parametrics also serve as a kind of gain staging. And so the final fader gets to be whatever it wants, and I can just fiddle with some of this other stuff as I go. That's the dream. And, you know, it'll take a while to figure out because it's kind of a lot. Like with me doing this here, I haven't even begun to edit together this stuff. 666 Dreamboat, that's actually kind of exactly what it would be like. It's like a color VCA group. And I do not want Reaper's faders adjusted. Those remain exactly, it's a console mix. So those faders always stay at 0.00 dB just as they are. And I'm not touching them. I am using pans, but only for sending to other tracks. The tracks that I'm getting in, like here, watch this. When I say watch this, let me play it. Or how about that instead? I've got a smooth fader on that. I do not know, but if I have the script, I can doubtless code it to my own purposes, because I don't know. The control surface that I just showed you is from a company called Yaletex, and they're going to be sending it to me sometime mid-July, if all goes well anyhow. It's a beast. It is not a cheap thing to get, but I decided that ConsoleX was a big enough deal that I was going to run with it. It will have MIDI. I'm pretty sure it's all going to be on the same MIDI channel, but it's all going to be different MIDI CCs. But it's the kind of thing where it's definitely being run off of like lots of little Arduinos or whatever, so it'll be reprogrammable. Robert would be talking to me as far as the red fader is concerned, because that's the one I used as an example. So basically what I'm looking to do is get the functionality working in any way, but also in such a way that I can take it, recode it, and sort of do the final. I won't need you to adjust the details of it. What I need is the core functionality in a rescript where I can then go, okay, I'll use relearn myself to watch what CCs are coming in. And then I'll just go in, and when I finally have it working, I'll be assigning all of the main stuff kind of like this, where I can just make it go, this is my high pass knob, and then I set it like that, and then I will move the high pass knob on the control surface, and it'll work the usual way, where enable only one track or item is selected. I'll use those the way Reaper normally does. And anybody who's also doing stuff like this can, the way Logic normally does, etc. And I do know that Rescript is Reaper only. I'm using Reaper only, so I'm fine with that. All of this stuff, all the controls on the top half of the control surface are going to work this way, and you don't need to do them. Reaper's existing functionality works just fine that way. But then the one on the bottom, fader, I have currently got set up so that, oh, look at you. There, that's more like it. I've currently got it set up so that it's working the same way, where I've got it using Reaper's normal system. I'm going to have it left out and then use the rescript to learn what correct fader CC is being sent in, and then more or less hard code what Reaper thinks these colors are, because I'm on Reaper and I'm on a Mac. So what I'm finding is if I choose to do a track color, it'll do this. And I've got track L selected. And I have selected Apple colors. It doesn't matter whether other versions of Reaper have that or not. This is just for me being able to use it. And so the track color will be one of these colors. I don't know what the numbers for these colors are, but I'm using this because this is effectively like 11 colors. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 things that I can color the tracks with. And I have 12 sliders, so I can have the final slider mapped directly to the output fader, the output final master fader. And then the other 11, I just get colors that go along with these and then use these. They could be honestly any colors. I just happen to notice okay, this Apple color palette, which I've been using for stuff, literally has 11 knobs on it. And there's going to be 12 knobs on the control surface. So it kind of fits perfectly. It's just to color the things to what those Apple colors are, use those Apple colors to assign stuff, and just roll that way. Yep. And I'm quite happy with it working only with the clap plugin, as you will notice. Oh no, that's actually a VST after all. And that's because this is the clap plugin. But the final version of ConsoleX is also going to be a clap plugin, as well as a VST3. It does not have flying faders, nor do I need it to send any information at all back to the control surface. The control surface is read-only, the way I'm doing it. Trying to figure out whether I can name the master track. Never mind. Don't mind me derping around. How do we communicate so that you send me this? I don't know, drop by a stream or something? We'll figure it out. The script part I need is the ability to get tracks by color and provide those to relearn. Yeah, the device doesn't need that. Well, let's start with trying to do something with literally this. Because remember, we're still trying to do a something. So I guess before getting too heavy into the mixing of it, let's start dragging chunks of this around. Because we've got everything selected. We've got some reverb spaces. We've got a bunch of this stuff sorted out. And we've got until 5, theoretically. Well, you know, one thing I could do is I could make another espresso just to make sure that I actually do something rather than slow down and simply tweak settings on the channel strip. Because I kind of, having figured this stuff out, I kind of have to do something with it now. Seeing as we have this. Robert, you can pick any color and I'll make it work. Like, you don't even, it doesn't need to work when it gets to me as long as I eventually learn how to work with the rescript. Like, where would I load it in here? See file, edit, view, insert, item, track, options, actions, window, etc. Where do I load a script that it does something like that? I haven't got the faintest idea where to begin. I've never worked with the rescript before, and so there's my primary problem. But like, if I can do that much, that's a fine start. Speaking of fine starts, let's actually, they're saved to scripts in the Reaper resource folder. Tell you what, let's go. Presumably, what is it, documents, or is it not? Perhaps not. Let's see whether I have any scripts. Maybe I have scripts that came with it. Script, default 6.0 theme adjuster, and Lua. And these are, yeah, so script is at the top, I believe. Yeah, item properties, set, screen set. Yeah, script is at the top, but this is the only one I've got so far. So if I do default 6.0 theme adjuster, it gives me this, so I can run script. This is a script I'm running, and I can fool with it whichever way I would like. And I'm not going to currently do that right at the moment, but here's some of the stuff that you can do with rescript, which is very neat. Like it. Very cool. This is more elegant than their normal interface, honestly. And there's a lot going on with this. Eek. Oh, lovely. Not worried about that so much. This is a pretty big deal, so I'm not running that. I assume that having run that and then closed it, it went away. MIDI lyrics. I don't know why it's offering me only these things, but this is another script. And I think closing it means it stopped running, although I could be wrong. Yep. I'll sort that stuff out. At least I know that rescript is the part that I'm looking for this. So what I'm wondering is, to what extent would I like to just sample Alright, see you later, 666 Greenbow. So again, the deal with the roads here is I'm overplaying like crazy. And I'm not quite sure what's going on with it, but I can set it to looping and at least dial in my roads and synth sound a little bit, which I will do now. People hanging around watching, so. We don't have much tonally going on, so the air band of Stonefire is probably going to help me out here, but I'm not sure to what extent these other bands are going to be useful. That said, I can add some snap using it this way. And of course, since it's a Kalman filter, that slight crunchiness that you hear is part of what this is doing. We hear that slight buzz. And we can also get into some of our compression. There's the compression threshold. And we've got a little of the chime on fire here. That can be more dynamic. Bearing in mind, we don't actually have to have these balanced differently if we're compressing them differently. See, what we've currently done now is these are balanced the same, but they're being compressed quite differently. So it's poking out in an interesting way. Air is also being run parallel around everything else, so that's useful in its own right. And we can fool with some of these controls, which are also parallel. Remembering that the parametrics are not compressed. So if we add lows here, there's a percussive quality that's not going to be conveyed through the compressed part of the sound. So that winds up becoming more dry. It's not getting the compressed quality at all. Trying to make this balance as the entire track. It's never meant to actually all play together at once. I haven't even begun to edit this, which is why I need to go and get another cup of coffee so I can start on that process. So I'm going to be grabbing little pieces of keyboard and stuff and throwing it in, almost like samples, but samples out of what the actual track already was. And I probably don't need to have anything actually synchronize the way it currently does. So I haven't done that. Let's take that Rhodes out and start playing with this syn lead and getting that one to sound okay. One thing about this, we probably don't need to compress, but well, maybe we do. Maybe we do need to compress. I can compress it by setting it to entirely fire. There, now it's extremely compressed. Don't know if I need the airband. In this area, it's definitely trying to play along with 15 chord there. We haven't heard this Oxes for like hours. I think I need high mids for this syn lead. If even that, maybe I need low mids for it. Here's my challenge with this syn lead. This is already so resonant that it's almost impossible to get any clarity out of it. It is the Alpha Juno 1, which has a really distinctive sound to it. But it's proving very difficult to get articulation out of it. I could high pass it. I've effectively converted the compression section into a single band compressor by rolling range all the way down to 0. Range at 0 means the stone section of Stonefire is not functioning, and Fire is down into the low bass. So I'm compressing it a lot. This is it uncompressed again. And I'm letting the attack poke out. And then I'm just trying to figure out how to make this thing talk and poke through the mix. See, there's some highs. We do have highs. Everything else is real flat. I can use top dB to just step on it so that loud bits don't get to poke through anymore. Yeah, that might honestly be best. And see, here's where I would be using those color settings. If I had this feeding two different reverbs, but one of the reverbs was tied to like red colored guitars, I could pull them all back and it would also adjust the tone of the synthesizer just a bit by taking that reverb down. But right now, that's not what we're doing. Compress it even harder. So what's going to end up happening is once I have made one more cup of espresso, I'm going to start grabbing chunks of this based on what the Zox is doing. And then we're going to take whatever pieces of this make sense and allow them to poke through, but then mute the heck out of everything else. And then when it comes time to like detail things a little bit, I'm going to be going through and taking like little bits of Rhodes or little bits of syn lead here and there and sort of sprinkling it throughout the track. But right now we have the track beginning at like 1 hour, and we're going to take a bunch of little pieces of it and tuck it right at the beginning and construct something out of that without even using any snap to grid, because there is actually no grid. This is parallel recordings of a electronic device that is perfectly synchronized in itself but has no synchronization to anything within the DAW. So I can slide it around however I wish. And before we do that, I'm going to straighten my control surface controls out a little bit. I'm honestly looking forward to getting the big one. I feel like that will make things even more interesting. But for now, I think we're going to be kind of in the zone of dialing these things in with the mouse half the time. And right now we're strictly in arrange mode. So that window needs to get the heck out of the way. And I'll tell you, I'll be right back with a final cup of espresso for the day. Until that point, I don't know, let's get this playing, and I will hear what the basic sound that is going to be the fundamental of things will be. So I'll be back in a moment. We're going to edit this kind of noise into something. espresso is it doesn't take 10 minutes to make. It is time to figure out how to arrange this, and only once I have arranged it will we go back to meter and start trying to dial it in so it actually makes musical sense tonally. Until then, we're going to take this window and hide it off the screen somewhere. And our job now is to dive into these areas here and figure out what needs to be brought over in particular. We've got the Zoxbox bass going on. I might or might not even need to bring this over. This mostly just clicks for that one. We're going to copy it, we're going to bring it over, but we might not use it very much. Lots of this is going to be edited out in the final mix. But we've also got this section here. And we're going to do it the way that I did Welcome to Free Luna, which is these are essentially two sections. So we're going to alternate between them. We're going to take chunks of one, chunks of another, and start going one after the other, arranging them in the arrange window. Starting with a initial 15, we're going to start with the 15/8 thing going on, and then we're going to throw in bursts of this for contrast. It should be fairly obvious as to which bit goes where. And after that, we see whether there's anything happening interesting in the roads or syn lead or any of these other things. And once we've got that sorted out, we maybe go and search for things in the original roads, etc. tracks and see what we can get. Firstly, we've got grouping selected. So where's a good place to, because bearing in mind, like kick and hat, etc. are exactly the same throughout. We can start those at any point. We don't have to start kick or hat at the beginning. So firstly, let's build up on the 15/8. And we'll leave that one out for the moment. What would be a good build up into Zox? I'm almost tempted to cut the other bits out and just only listen to Zox. That said, this does seem to be a good section. It's building up very slightly. Not this part. I can throw that in later for contrast. I can throw that in to do something later. We don't actually need to have this because we could always just shut the Zox off and edit it out. So we don't actually ever need to copy this unless something interesting is happening elsewhere. Like for instance with that, or for instance with this, if something interesting is happening here. Bearing in mind we could always just copy that and bring it into the place we want it. Mostly we're just going to be copying them over though, so that we can audition these various parts and hear whether it's doing anything useful. Okay, so firstly, I think I like this for a middle section. I like that little swoop. And what do we got in the very beginning? That's almost like end of track. Sort of big and solid sounding. It's clearly before I got too frisky with it. It's a nice solid sound, mind you. This would be good after a sort of middle section. And then I'm feeling where it goes quiet here. That could be the initial appearance of this aux. I'm liking this for a beginning section because it's sort of low frequency. Let's also pull that kickback just a little bit more. Actually, while we're at it, as long as I'm doing this, let me make a little spot check on the overall tone of this, seeing as I've had the upstairs mix check camera going literally all this time and have done nothing with it. So let's scooch it back to here. Now you should only be hearing this mic. Now, hi, if I'm not mistaken, we're up here now, if I'm doing everything right. Can I hear anything other than the thump, I'm wondering? I hear kind of the mid-range clack of that kick, but mostly just a sort of thump, thump, thump. I don't think that's quite what I want, so we're going to go back down and fiddle with it a little bit. And this is the purpose of having this area. You can hear what I hear up here. And you can't really hear much because it's not balanced properly. So let's go and fix that, and then we'll do the arrangement stuff. Here we are. There's your direct audio again. Here's what we're going to change. balancing stuff zone quite yet. We are now still in a range zone. So the things I was saying before were this section would be good to start with. Then we're going to switch to this stuff over here and do something with it. Then this section for a middle section, bounce over and do something else. And then an end section. And then we probably don't have anything interesting going on here. Yeah, I just have it very aggressive, which is fine. I mean, that's fine. We haven't done much to this either. Which is cool. But yeah, we're starting out. We're going to allow this Oxbox noise to be quite strong, to carry a lot of the weight of the track. Because it's the main thing happening, and it's also the rhythmic fundamental of the track. So let's start. I can select a chunk of stuff here. Can I also copy, or is that not a thing that works? Copy within time selection. Okay. And we've got all these tracks selected, presumably, or unless they're not. But we'll find out very quickly by trying to paste. Oh, didn't work. Didn't work. And I bet I know why. I have to select all of that stuff. And then now I get to go copy within time selection, and that should be all of those channels. Go right back to the beginning, and then paste within all of those channels. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Except for not quite as lovely, because guess what? Everything is slightly offset. There. Boom. That was simple. I'm not sure quite why I did that, but this is boding well for me being able to work with this going forwards. Let's do that again. Select all of those things, and then let's do the time selection. And let's copy within time selection. Scoot back and see if it is able to do what I wanted or not. Paste. Oh my. Well, that's madness. How about let's not have 1,000,000 extra tracks added? Thank you. In fact, I don't think we even, or do we? We don't even need this track added. Oh, and what's going on over here? Why are you not lining up correctly, I ask of you. Okay, please don't do that. I didn't ask you to do that. So syn lead L and R. We apparently, can you not do that either? Seriously, get a grip. Now, and I might not even end up using this, but I want it to be there. Now these two things are sorted out the way they're supposed to. So what was happening, I believe, is that we were copying and then we were pasting not only in the timeline, but we were also pasting from whatever channel we were on. So technically I need to have track 1 selected in order to make that do anything useful. Let's go right back in again and grab my final outro. And select all of those things the way it's supposed to be done. Edit, copy within time selection. We're leaving all of this there for future reference. And now if I go here and then make sure that track 1 is selected, maybe this is even going to work. Or maybe it's totally not going to work, but we're going to find out. Can I even do Command V for paste? Theoretically, yes. Lovely, lovely. That's exactly what it was supposed to do. See, if I had like that selected, it would have pasted everything offset, and that would have gone really weird. But thankfully, it seems to have not lost its mind. Hey, beans, broccoli. And so now we have these things. A start, another section, a final section. And all of this can be non-linearly moved around, which is exactly what we're going to do in order to throw some intermediate stuff in here from here. Bits of this. I'm not sure how long this overall thing is going to... I don't think it's going to be as long as the original jam. The idea of this is finding good bits and just grabbing chunks out of it. And maybe it's going to work kind of the same as the other one did, where it started out loud and then we got builds from increasingly mellow sections, possibly with the exception of the Rhodes and the Syn lead. So maybe it's going to work the same way, that I get the bridge, because there's like a chorus or bridge or whatever, which is these things, possibly with some of this. Possibly, I'm not even going to worry about that. Just throw that in as a variation. But go to a section where this is the first bridge, and then stuff where it's doing something a little more weird like this. Finishing the more solid version. So again, quiet, bigger, strongest. It's definitely arranged in such a way that each time I did it, the loudest stuff happened first and then the quietest stuff happened at the end, with an exception, which is I think this has just gone completely, yeah. somewhere in here. Oh, that is a repeat selection, not a time selection. I'm going to want a time selection for that, and I'm going to want to select the entire group. And let's just grab these things and put them together and make them work. Because again, all of this is off of the same, like I could take this little chunk and stretch it out to be the entire width of this after having moved it over to the other arrange window section. Just because I take one size of chunk from this doesn't mean that it has to stay that way. Copy from within time selection. Paste into here, there we go. So that's going to go in there. And we're going to have another section which is kind of like that. And then where's our middle? Okay, that's louder than I want. I don't have to be specific with this. There we go. Some area in there ought to do. Again, right click so I can select that, and I'm going to copy within time selection. Technically I could do Command Shift C to do that. I have not learned the shortcuts yet. There we are. And what else would work nicely? Well, I know I was going to take some chunk from in here. I am trying to learn the shortcuts on the fly. And it looks like I successfully did. And then do I have a final section here? Is that the same as I have here? Yep. So now I've got 3 pairs of different sections to edit together and make something into. The total amount of length goes well over 6 minutes, but I've got more than I need. So we start here. Do enough of this to make that point, and then switch over to this. We do enough of that to make the point, and then go back. Having done that enough, we go back to here for another break. An outro, which is clearly the same riff again. Tell you what, let's take that, copy it, and then we will return to it after a final outburst. So these two are now the same section, but I can also bring other stuff in there. So there's where we're at for now. And that's probably everything I need. I don't need any more things other than going and finding snippets of roads or SynLead, which are currently going unused. Because I've only got the stuff soloed that I'm going to want. But then I'm going to remove the regions that I know I don't want. Let's start with this. Where do we start everything? That's probably a fine place to start. Select all and, oh, that was not actually the correct thing, but this is. Scooch this over a little bit. So where do we really start? I don't think it's actually there, no. Well, where would be good? We could have a more leisurely start. Oh, not that. I'm listening for a Zox bass. And I'm feeling like that was cut off too early. Could start there. Could start there. See, like here. Okay, starting to get there. Ooh, look at me not being able to control my thing. Look at me not being able to control my thing. Where do we? Okay. So, sizes of arranged window things. Let's change sizes of arranged window things. We're starting to get into a zone where something's actually happening. My challenge is that I'm trying to control this little thing, and all it does is give me grief. Like I zoom in far enough, and then I can no longer click on it anymore. I don't want that kick there, but, oh, hang on. That wasn't the right thing to do at all. Do I really have to ungroup you just to do this? I bet I do. I bet I have to ungroup you. There we go. So that will come in when I need it. And all the rest of this nonsense likewise. But where do we start? Okay, what's that? Well, let's make it a little bigger. Nice, there we go. And we're going to want to stretch that out just a hair, because that is our first sound, is our hat. Let's do more bars than that before we bring in the kick, because it's a very powerful kick and we can add more things. So we're probably also going to sneakily have some other things peeking in here too. I'm just not sure what yet. And where's our first kick drum note show up? There. So what would happen if the lead was there? Nope, but it can show up later. Like there. What about a 15 chord? And can we snip that? So it does this. And it actually cuts out after that point, so we can leave it out. It makes a little noise there, but that's fine. Oh, it makes the click. It makes that click that rings the reverb. So we can do that. We can do that. What does stab chord do during all of this, I wonder? It just clicks. Not interesting. However, we could have it sitting in here. Or even coming in a little bit early for this part. Where that one hits. What's that do? And that ticking reinforces the time signature, which is the 15/8 that we're doing. So it kind of ties together and does that. Still, we're not doing a damn thing with the Rhodes or the lead, but they're sitting there able to be used if we want them. So here's our intro. hang on. Do we want that chord there? Maybe not. How about only here? Yeah, that's better. Let's take out this guy again after it does that. It's too boring. That needs to go away, just like this. And like this. Oh, let's cut off one of those too. Like this. Because then you get the hi-hat stepping on where this would have been. See, the hi-hat lines up with that latter one. Like this. That works. Like that. Ooh, but I'm not sure I like that reverb thing quite then. So again, select S. That needs to go away now. We've got one reverb hit, but then it stops. There it is. And then a little faint reverb hit in there. So this section acts like this. And then I think we've still got stab chord going for some of this, but that's fine, but I'm probably going to want to make that go away too. And then this is coming back. This is what we're making the reverb ting like that. And then let's make that stop doing it right there. And this stops doing this right there. So again, we get to pull this way back because we can always put it right back again. But we're doing sort of a light and space in here. that hat is going to be a useful little locator, because that is where we know that the next bit's going to hit. And we're almost doing a dubby thing here, where we're leaving a lot of space out. We're leaving space for stuff to happen. Well, at what point does this one start doing something interesting? Oh, hang on a second, you. I didn't mean these guys. I meant this guy. Okay, you hear what the lead is doing? That's more useful. So, where are we going with this? We've done like a minute and a half of it. It's probably going to be time to switch to another section. And each section we're working with is going to have an entirely different arrangement of stuff in here to play with. A lot of it's going to be kind of the same, but a lot of it's going to be different. This is a build-up of stuff section. So here's our lead. That's where this one starts to mute. And that's where this guy starts getting a little more rambunctious. Arguably more than I want in this section. We're getting to where it starts to change, so some of this is going to simply be discarded. However, 15 chord might be our friend here. And we could very well also drag in some Rhodes or lead. Things are building here. So if we went up to there, what would happen? Be our start right at that point. No, not that point. Come on. You got this. There you go. That would be the way. Also notice how these are triggered electronically, but they are not always lining up quite the way you'd expect. This is being triggered, but it's hitting a little bit late. Here's a hat. Here's the Zox, and there's the kick. The kick is coming up front, but some of this other stuff is not as on top of the beat as you might imagine, and that's because the synth was set up to do that on purpose. So while we're messing about with this stuff, I am now curious as to what the lead is doing in this area. And this is a fine time to find out. Okay, it's doing lead things, but I'm not sure I'm completely happy with what those lead things are. Bits of it are not useful, bits of it maybe are. Huh, that's funny. This is how we do that. So if I was to isolate just the little high note there, it would go kind of like this. No, not like that. Like that. That note, not so much. So just a little peak of a high note from these guys, and then it needs to go away again for a while. How long? I don't know yet. I can always straight up edit that out again if I don't like it. Definitely not that. Nope. What happens if I do this? Introduces on the last little bit. Okay, that was a wrong note, but it might not hurt. One of the things happening there is the inability to play the syn lead correctly is maybe helping a tiny bit just because it's adding enough irregularity to make stuff seem a little bit more interesting. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. Also, would it be better to just introduce without this bit? What if this was here? Okay, what would be the correct timing for that? Because I'm making it up now. A little better? Did that just move, or does that not even move? What's the deal with you? Where does that sit? That might be right. Repetition legitimizes. That's not what I meant to do at all. See if it broke it. Okay. Copy. Paste. Too late. What happens if this has enough space for another click? Can I sync it? Sounds about right. For learning whether it works, anyway. For learning where that lives. So that's our high note right there, I think. And if I can move it around, see that area there is probably our top note, or perhaps not, we'll find out. No, it is. Meaning that this area would act similarly. So I don't have it lined up correctly at all, but I will. There's the tick. It's a little after the kick and the bass, which seems fine. And then let's see whether this one can be more accurately lined up. Just like that. So this lump here lines up with that, which is not lined up with that, but that is because not all of these things, even though they are digitally controlled, fire at exactly the same time. In particular, this chord hesitates a bit. Let's also split this. so that we can take this click out and take this click out. Meaning that only the second time we get that riff does it get reinforced by a click. Also, oops, well, no matter, do it again. Also, let's cut this back out again after having made it lead into this bit, like this. We can slide these around in the timeline if the timing doesn't work. Let's see. So maybe only that one repeat. And then, got to put the cursor the right place first. Only then can we split. So that only appears there. Hang on. And this cuts out when this bit gets louder. And I guess I'm going to leave some of this out. Let's see what point would be nice to bring it back in, because we've got this coming back in when it becomes quieter. We don't want that send there. Yeah, we're already out at this point. So this is not serving a purpose yet. Check, make sure I'm streaming correctly. Yep. So there was a good little downturn over here. That was it. In here somewhere. that was it? Or was it here? Not that one. In here somewhere. Got it? The way it hesitates just a little tiny bit works for me. And then all the rest of this stuff, I think, well, first of all, let's see whether we can still do all this. Yep. Yikes. Okay. Nope. 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 Mm-mm. No bueno. Not okay. Instead, we are going to snip it at this point and then adjust it that way. No, wait, that was a little too early because we've got a hesitation in here that I don't want. Yeah, I don't want that. Hear how it hesitated? It like stuttered. So where does that come in? So I got to cut it here. Here. So I can leave that. Snip that. That leaves the rest of this where it is. That can go away and we transition over to something in here where it does something else. Boom, into doing something else. What else? Oh, some of that's not going to stay there. Oh my. Oh, that's terrifying. Well, it's probably a 15 chord and or stab chord doing that. But we still want to move all of these together for the moment, because we want to bunk it up against that. So let's just endure some of those horrible noises being made by other sections before we mute them. Because some of those horrible noises are being made by other sections before we mute them. Doing us a damn bit of good here. Oh yes, we have several things being super duper unhelpful. Let's mute them. So if we didn't have that making a mess, what would happen? Stab chord is not doing much. So here's where we want to begin, roughly. And to tell you something else, I bet we can fiddle with all of this once we start getting it dialed in. In particular, I think I can make that hi-hat, well, maybe I can, maybe I can't. Can we make that hi-hat thing hit before we transition? Maybe we can. I suspect we can. However, the first thing I need to do is quickly shut off. I should find out what the Option Shift G. I'm not entirely sure I like that. We're going to slide. Oh, stop. Hang on. That did not actually do the thing, but this does. So we can overlap them like this. So where's our, how are we going to do this? Let's overlap that. These are super unhelpful and unuseful. I wonder what the Rhodes does here, though. Let's find out. Nothing good, probably. Nope, just kind of jamming away like mad. Whatever. Unhelpful Rhodes. Go back into the darkness from whence you came. So here's where our beats head. There's where that heads. And when we come in, we've got a double beat here. There's where that comes in. Lead, probably that's fine. This is probably fine. That overlaps, and I don't think any of this is doing anything. So we'll scooch these well out of the way, knowing that they are not going to relate to anything we seek to do here. And then over we come to here. That feels like time is good. I'll click over here so I can see where the overlap is. So we're moving this around. And we can see where that beat starts. So we can smush them in, unselect that, and then do only these. Those are fine. That gets to be a little double kick right there. Stab chord not actually do anything right at this moment. And again, bring over the hat. But the hat switches into its new section early. Like this. And that gets us into the new section. And another split. Hey, sweeter. And now we simply delete these things because we're going to do 4 of the change. Without much happening. Probably without... Yeah, none of you. In fact, we got to take the grouping off so that we can make this go away. And we also had a syn lead in here, but I bet it's not going to apply to this. What if we went from this note to not this note, but this note? Meaning, so what would that area look like? I keep using the wrong thing to select. So instead of Come on, be good. There you go, that's the idea. If I cross those over so it goes to this note instead of that note, it goes like this. And then that's where it switches. So if it was just doing that, and could I reposition it even more? Or reposition them against each other so that it was doing a sort of canon thing that was even more intensely stereo, given that it's sort of doing a noodly doopy derpy thing anyway. Let's find out. So if it was doing this, that's a first note. This is not the first note, but then if I took that as the first note, and lined them up just right, and then cut off these notes just a bit. Keep holding the wrong button. So that we're replacing this little bit with this little bit. Keep holding the wrong button. Jeez. I cannot computer today. And I see where it sort of hits, so I'll go like that. Now what do we got? It's just going to go side to side. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm into it. Bringing us to the next section. Cool. And then a bunch of this is going to get muted again, but that's fine. And we've gotten the track to roughly the 2-minute mark, so that's cool too. I'm okay with it not being a very long track. I just kind of have it in mind, like I'd like to do this arrangey stuff and see what we can do. This is a preliminary test for what I could do with Tamen the Zoxin or Yoken the Zoxin, which is a more recent track with more going for it. This is a track with very little going for it, so there's nothing to be lost here. So one thing happening here is we could jump back into a quieter section. I mean, I could reshuffle these any way I want, really. But we could also switch directly into the place where 15 chord is gravelly, around here. Which might also be good with cutting this stuff out. Let's just trim it right down here so I can get it back if I want it. Don't know whether stab chord is doing anything useful either, but here is clearly where 15 chord gets gravelly. I do not know whether sin is going to be good there, but we could leave that one little weird wail in. That could be cool. Let's drag it all a little bit closer to where we want it. And find the spot for splitting. Because I'm going to make a bit of a command decision and decide that that is in fact what I had in mind. So what are we going to get there? Roads is not going to be useful, I bet. I just have a feeling that no good will come of that. We ain't even used it for anything yet, but no matter. I'm sure I can take individual chords and stick them in somewhere. So where were we at? There we are. So that's where that shows up. Ends like this. So that's more or less where that one needs to cut off. Right about that point. We can have this guy overlap a bit too. That might be amusing. As long as I make these things work, I can abut them up against each other, turn off the grouping, and then start dragging around overlaps in ways where things really just go across each other, like merge or blend stuff. But the key thing is I'm wanting to bring this one in. The Zox lead stops hitting at this point, so I can probably get away with taking that out. Oh no, hang on, I have grouped them. That's the beat they want to hit. These guys just were not grouping quite the same. Meaning that I can group all of these and move them around if I wish. So what's some of these things doing? If you must ask, that's probably monitoring and or meter. Honestly, at this stage, I would say meter. Because meter will tell you when not to clip or saturate. That might not have been the answer you were expecting. It reminds me of the Fleetwood Mac track, So What? It's like, don't ask me what you think of what I think of you. It might not give the answer you might want me to. I might not give the plugin you might want me to. I would recommend meter because meter will show you when not to loudinate. Now let's see. So what's stab chord and hat doing in this situation? I'm not sure I hear stap chord doing anything. I wonder what it's doing. I think we're almost done with grouping for this section. I tell you what. It's very much not included in consolidated. It wouldn't possibly fit. It's a whole separate thing. So let's see. How about I scooch these guys over like this. This is going to overlap, so that's going to be fine. These sections, that's a double bump, so that's going to line right up with this. In fact, oh, hang on. Don't want that. In fact, I can leave that one out, but so that's the only point. So we're going to overlap this click with the final beat of this. Let's do it. Make it happen. And then they will line up. I think that's got it nailed. Let's find out what we've got. Might be a little bit too crisp. Just a little bit too hot. We have not yet done the overlaps. Overlaps need to be put back, but here's how we adjust. Oh, nice. It let me position things better. That little click needs to line up with things, but how about it lines up with Zock's lead a little bit more? Because you see I have Zock's bass, but what if Zock's bass wants to line up with this beat? That bit's probably what wants to line up. This hesitates at hair just a bit. And when I deselect that stuff, we can put step chord back, or even bring it in a mite early so that it can start doing its thing. That gets a little shorter. Zox bass. Oh, there's just a gap there. So if this was hitting the final note, okay. Lovely. And I believe these are the louder notes, so we'll use this note and then follow it with this note. And then let's bring the hats in. But what would the hats do if they were overlapping? Aha. We could bring a multiple sting in. Look at that. There's a sting and there's another sting. So we got double sting, which sounds a little bit like this. Groovy little hat riff. That worked. That absolutely worked. And it kicks back in with 15 chord, which is a bright little spark, followed by distorted chords. That's back to centered, so what does our weird little delayed jam do? Because again, we've got this as sort of Canon hyper stereo thing, but if we sustain it through there in a place where it is not actually meant to go, okay, that was kind of interesting. It's not intentional, not even slightly, but it was playing something on purpose that didn't initially go there. It's meant to go here. So how does this transition go then? Well, oh, do we not have notes in there? That's unfortunate. And I don't appreciate that note being there, so fair. What if also note? Okay. So meep, 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 meep is the last notes to hit on before we get a note that is not pleasant. So how does they transition into here? I don't really like that note very much. What happens when we do this? Maybe it just plays on one side? Well, if this did continue and it played a wrong note, where would that sit compared to the other note? Interesting. So technically, if that high note wasn't hitting here, what did we have here? Okay, cool. We go from a canon effect where it's a delay effect to overlapping of two separate tracks from different places in the track, and then they come back together again, which goes kind of like this. Well, what happens if we go even farther? What notes even are these? Okay, I kind of like that. Let's see how far we can take it. What's that note? That's the one. Comes in with this one. Let's zoom in, see if we can't get it playing a little more like Godot. What's that do? That could come in handy though. How about that splits there. And then we just straight up throw that high note in. And call it a day for that section. High note. Meaning that the other notes would lead up to it. Well, I do know that that's the last note to hit, so we'll cut it off there. But is that even the right place for it to be? Because can we lead up to it with these? So maybe I go in there earlier. So more. At what point does it start playing something else? Not quite yet. There's where it starts playing something else. What do we have in front of this, I wonder? I guess no reason not to have some high notes, huh? They should start there. And maybe this should hit. I keep hitting the wrong key. Jeez. What's with me that I can't hit buttons? So split these so that this one hits when the chord comes back in. I could also do something a bit cheeky like duck the hats and stuff out. Let's do it. Let's be real cheeky. Split you there. This goes right to where that chord comes back. That gets cut off, and now we do a little splitting of these things. There's a sting that goes right up to this point, so we can do that. I take that sting out. These kind of go together. What we got here. Okay, can we do something more amusing here? I feel like I get the basic idea, but it ain't quite working. Also, I'm not liking this clicks. That can cut back out too. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Igor. I'm glad that worked out for you. I thought it might. So what happens if... Oh, hi, Rhodes. What are you doing there? Cut that back. Let's be even cheekier and cut that kick drum out as well. What do we got here? We'll leave this weird thing doing its thing, but then the hats can go away earlier. Reconsider this. Really have stuff lay out here. What if I brought in this weird thing again at this point? What would happen? Ooh, this is off synchronization, isn't it? There we go. That's nice. That can join with the other one. In fact, I'll even line them up nicely. And we're going to stretch it out until it fills in the rest of the space for this. And you come in at this point. And we split you so that we don't have that hit. Just the occasional click. Hang on, can we do something amusing here? Okay, what about okay, that'll work. And that's where we're going to switch again. Keep hitting the wrong damn button. What is my problem? So it's going to go to about there, and then we've got lots more of stuff to do. Look at all of this. Look at all the things we can do. Although we're getting up to about 3 minutes, and look at all this stuff that we've still got available to do. Another change. There's our transition point. So right around there is where that cuts off. I can get used to working with this stuff. This is going okay. Some of that definitely not going to be working. In particular, it needs to, oh, hang on. Slow your roll. No more group selecting. That needs to be quiet. And I bet you we don't need any more of this synth. I can sit way the heck back there. This I don't think is synchronized correctly. I'm not absolutely certain, but I feel like although that might be fun to throw in, maybe I'm going to have to offset it a whole bunch to get it to work. Oh yeah, here's a section where the aux is going weird. So we're going to find a place where it comes in at an appropriate note. So like so it's not there that it goes, but although, hang on. Kind of the same deal here. We can overlap it. If that one doesn't hit, and here's where we connect. And then these two hit here. Kind of need to have all these click though. There we go. Oh, I did not want to deselect that. I want these to remain selected. So there's where that stuff lines up. What does that tradition now sound like? Transition, rather. How about da-da-da-da-da, and then the new thing? Oop, I keep dragging too many things around. Why am I clicking on so many things? Because I've got this engaged. Oh, good Lord. Did I just change many things? I'm hitting undo and ain't nothing happening. Aren't you supposed to be able to reshape this to get that available? I think I may have changed the regions all over the place, and I hope I did not. So far, so good. Okay. Whatever problem I was going to have seems to have been averted. You want to be resized over to here. You want to be no more sting. Meaning it can switch to this different pattern early. How early? How about that early? And then this, what does that do? That's definitely not the right chord for that point. Instead, how about we cut both of those off? It does this. And then this was what I had previously changed, where it goes da-da-da-da-da, and then jumps into the new bit. Meaning that overlaps there, and then this bit might just change early. Oh, it can't. It doesn't have a new note. All right, well, if you don't change early, that's fine. We'll leave that going. But the hat changes over early. Meaning now we have this. As we close in 4 minutes. And then it goes back to normal around here. But we can throw in these funny chords early somewhere, and probably some Rhodes things, although the Rhodes is probably not doing anything useful. actually, I stand corrected. There's a bit where we can throw in roads and actually get away with it. Kind of, sort of, be more checking to see what other places it'll work, but fair. Most of that's just going to straight up go away, but what happens when we bring in roads here? Okay. Can we bring this in a hair early, I wonder? Not quite that early, though. What if it hits at the beat? What about halfway? Or a little bit closer to where the beat hits without quite overlapping it. Don't think so. So, what if it changes like this? And clearly we could use a little more ambience on that. We can sort of fade it out as it starts doing these silly things. Here's our fader. Oh wait, that didn't work at all, did it? Why didn't you work? Oh, or did you? I think maybe it did. But it's still wrong time. So let's do something else. That's the part where it can fade. It can be all faded by this point. Where are those points? Is that hooked up? No. But we can fix that. Maybe I've got that lingering around for far too long. Maybe we need to split it and do more things with it. Like we could split it here. And fit that in somewhere. Does it transition to somewhere? No. Let's do some legitimacy by doing some repetition. Fake repetition. Because we didn't actually play it this way, but we can pretend that we did. And we can also synchronize things a little bit better than they were played, if we're lucky. Kind of like that. Or perhaps like that. And then there's a repetition. How would that line up? One fewer. Make it hit there. Same deal. Copy and poke it in a little bit more. Proper burial mode here, just moving stuff around and listening, and moving stuff around and listening is what you do. Ooh, nice. Didn't expect that. There's a loopy little section. What we have here. And stretch that out a bit. Zoom in a little here. What else have we got? We've got that. What does it do? What does this do? Oh, hi. Constructing piano riffs that can never be played because they're not real. Fake piano is best piano. Don't like that anymore. Never mind. Well, if I take those and copy these, then what do I have? Copy, paste. Where did that land, I wonder? Okay. This beat lands right between these, so that's kind of interesting. That beat's sort of on top of that, so that's correct. That one's between these. That one's on top of that. I cannot seem to manage these things properly, huh? We'll keep just evolving and altering it around in weird ways. But maybe not that way. Yeah, not that way. And then we angle this one around a little bit because it's almost on top of that hat, but not quite. So we can change it until it is. You will get to be on top of that hat this time. keep maybe delaying this little riff as it keeps appearing and maybe taking more of the start off of it. Let's see whether it sounds better in front or behind. Let's try that again. Something weirder. Or how about here? No. And when can we bring in this weird thing? This weird thing is going to have something to do. So what do we got? That might just fit. Admittedly, it's pretty weird. We can set it a bit forward. The aux is fading off a little bit at this point. And I don't know if we need any more of this guy. Okay, it sounds horrible, but it's doing a thing. Hang on. Can we bring this in earlier? Can we bring it in a way that it makes kind of sense? this awful thing shows up here. It is a unpleasant little noise. That it is. What's our synthesizer lead doing around this time? Messy, messy. Here's a pile of messy. What do we got here? What if we stretch it all the way over here? What happens if we have synthesizer lead through this whole part where the Rhodes is trying to be used for something? Okay, that's kind of interesting. I think that something worked. But it has to start here, not there. There's a place where I could split it. Here. The hiccup. We'll leave the hiccup, but we will lose these other two notes. Hang on. Gotcha. And then we lose this bit, but we leave those notes. And then maybe we lose this part. But we come back here. Not sure if I like this guy anymore. He's just too ugly. Hey, Sapio tone. I'm not impressed. Might as well have the ugly one, because that's just no. There is no music here. hang on, maybe there's music there. Maybe the music stops here. Or perhaps not. How about none of this? Nope. Hey, four-stroke Baron, would you believe both? Listen to this. Listen to this and tell me it's genius. I'm going to say nope. Especially if I do this. And you come in there, I think. I would base it, which plugins are you trying to use? Are you trying to use the ones that are retro and say component? Or are you trying to use the ones that come in the DMG file? And or the big old collection that says signed and built on a, admittedly, M1, but modern. You may very well be trying the retro ones. If you're looking for ones that say plugin in VST rather than the subfiles that say like if you go into the retro folder, that is not the right place for you. M2 needs to be running the ones that are signed. So should I bring this in this early? Does that actually work? Let's get a little frisky with this too. How about that one doesn't hit? What about coming out of here? How about this? And we need to start from here. So going back to there, what would happen if we did overlap that, I wonder? Because that's from a different place entirely. But at this point, we're in a different key. But those keys no longer match, so we keep that. So now what do we got? And then let's delay the onset of this. Oh, can you not? Thank you. Even more. And here's their transition into another set of chords. What note is being played on these right about this time? And how about, boy, I keep hitting the wrong key. Terrible. Okay. So not those, but that last note might have worked. I think I might have seen you talking about that. You must understand that when things come out, they come out in the state that they were originally coded in, but your software might not actually work with that. You probably need to get one of the collections. How about let's interleave the onset of this note between these two notes. Okay, that's kind of cool. So we got it, but it's only hitting, this hits the between, and then this would hit the between too. So that means, and I think I might even see a note onset here. Almost, kind of, maybe, sort of. Make it be a little bit softer. Get the collection that is in the DMG file that says signed on it. Because the way they originally come out, I let people go back to the original page. If anything goes wrong, like if somebody had the plugin and then there was a new update and for some reason it went wrong and they had their old computer and they had all their old stuff, but for whatever reason, the collection in the most recent version of it, something broke and it didn't work anymore. I want people to be able to go back to the one that they first downloaded, but that might not work for you because your system wants probably the signed plugins compiled for Apple Silicon. Like I'm currently using stuff that's compiled for Apple Silicon. I'm on an M1 here. I'm on an M1 Ultra, something like that. Let's cut that off more sharply. More sharply. That would be the most recent version of Distance, not just Distance. Something like Distance 3, I think it was. And that's the one where the simulation of air moving to control distortion is actually present in this. What that sounds like is this thing called TopDB here, which is from a plugin called Discontinuity. So if it was much louder, it would be acting like this. But we're not playing this particular track at 131 dB, so we dial it back. But probably not as much as this. Dial it back like that. And we can probably throw a little compression on too. And that's where that came up to. No, the thing is that discontinuity does not simulate speaker dynamics. Discontinuity simulates literal air. It's based off of the concept of rockets taking off many, many miles away and what happens to the audio from that. I agree emphatically with the idea that metal production has gotten too slick and up front. I think you can get much more loud and aggressive using, like back in the day, early proto-metal like Cream and Black Sabbath. A lot of that stuff was mic'd from like across the room, and you don't get to hear it the way it existed. I have fairly recently captured an old Warner's green label, WB label, Black Sabbath Paranoid, captured it to the computer for the purpose of measuring it using meter. And I hope to be able to show people that under the name of like, hear what Paranoid really sounds like. But you'd be surprised at how dark it is and how much crest factor, how much impact the peak energy has compared to what you would expect. Anyways, I'm still in the process of fiddling with this, and hoo boy do I have a lot of these to play with. So here's one of my transitions. We've gone quite a long way from this. I'm going to need to make that little Zox lead go away at some point. It's becoming annoying. We fall back into this section, and then back we go into the section that does this. Ooh, also I need to remove some of these. Doesn't belong here at all. I never even checked out what it was doing. So that can go away. That can go away. This, I don't know. Use this. Using that. What if just that one little microscopic bit was in there out of nowhere for no reason? Then it immediately stops. Probably. What's that? A little bit later. And let's cut it off right where that hits. And then probably no more. Or repetition, like Adam Neely likes to say, repetition legitimizes. What can we do with this? And that's me trying to play that riff and failing, but trying. And then I don't think any of this is going to be of any use. Yeah, no use. does that line up? Not very well. But we can cheat because it's a computer. Good enough for Barrios, good enough for me. In fact, we can cheat so hard that we can even reinforce that with electric piano that was never actually played that way. Let's edit that until it does the same thing. And then let's copy and paste it. Copy. And put them where they belong. Oh, let's go and find a chord that plays that same note. Let's find a chord. There we go. There's a chord. It's not a very loud chord, but I don't need it to be. It is absolutely a chord that I can steal and move over to this new place where it'll act like it's playing this riff. Look, Ma, I'm a keyboard player. Nice. And then I can probably delete all the rest of this. I only need one chord. Is just kind of noodling around through the entire course of it, trying to make something nice happen. And that is unhelpful. So instead, don't need that. I've got a cooler thing happening in just a moment after that. Maybe not even this. I think this is just there because I happened to play it at that moment. What if we move it? What if we move it to here? Okay. What if we copy it and move it? Repetition legitimizes is what Adam and Ely is always saying. So if that fits in that spot, it should fit in that spot twice. Or 3 times. Or this spot where the other one was. Ah, except for we're not playing the same thing, are we? Well, I could just copy the first bit. What about here? Shoot. I mean, it has happened that people have pitched ideas on stream and I've gone out and done them. So you got nothing to lose. Also, another person asked me for 1024 sliders, which I don't think I can actually do. So just a couple of sliders, you're more in the ballpark, honestly. Okay, what if I cut this right back? Nope. Might not actually work there. I've got some stuff that's not unlike that, you know. Let's lose this. Let's lose that. Only the do the GUI for it. That might take a while. See what I can do. And this is also part of the process. I mean, it's certainly going to be this year, but we're halfway through the year. There are also multiple things, part of it, that are going to come out first. For instance, the high pass and low pass will come to you before it actually does. It's gone a little sparser now. It's got even more sections to throw in afterwards. Although, this is a copy of this, so I don't know if that's necessarily even necessary. about just a little bit of that because it is annoying. Zox lead in certain of these places is annoying. Like there, it's playing a note, but here, it's an irritating noise, a very irritating noise. So where do we have it come in? How about taking this one out? And then it pops in for just a moment, making its ugly noise, but then it goes away again. Or what if as that chord fades away, we go into another section that is quieter that leads into another section? Because our Zox box has gotten mellower now. I'm sitting at this stab chord like right over on the right side now. A lot of times it doesn't do anything It's not very obvious, so we're going to sit it right on the side. Here it's going. Ooh, and let's kick that in earlier. Because we are no longer leading it into something else. Is that a separate? Yes, it is. Now what do we got? And let's make that little part straight up go away. Okay. That's probably a good place to transition, so I'll leave that as a little flag. That stuff can go away. That stuff can step a little closer to there. Oh, hey, that's good news, Robert Kennedy. Also, give me a second. I am going to, I don't know, I guess I'll just play what we've got, because I got to run, get my oven started for tacos this evening, and we're going to see how far we get in the last hour of stream. So, be right back. Feeling maybe I'm not going to completely finish the mixing of this, but you have been here through big chunks of it all, so there's that. And here's where it switches over to something else. So here's where it busts into another section, namely this section. Maybe I'll leave the roads on this one. Or maybe we'll call it enough. What do we got for this section? Okay, that just gets louder. That's fine. This is the part that I just ended up duplicating, so we don't need that. So here's a quiet part. We could bust into a loud part of the same kind and then out to the original part. It's loud, but it's only a snare drum. That's not interesting. That's loud, but it's not interesting. Not keeping this part. We're going to go out on this part instead. So where does it transition over and what's going on in here? So here's the guts of it without the Zox, which is loud and playing the original riff. So the stab chord is still there. Sometimes it's playing little sweeps and things, but usually it's just doing its thing. Although, let's use this opportunity to dial in what it's doing with reverb, if any. like it could have the ambient on it. So this Zox thing gets louder and louder as it goes. And it just kind of goes. But it starts almost not there, so there's that. And it consistently plays a riff that's not annoying, so we've got that going on. It ought to work. And this becomes our loud bass. What happens as it goes? Stays pretty strong. So it kind of gets louder and louder as it goes. Here's where it comes in. So far so good. And 15 chord is the one where we're going to actually use its loudness to kick back in. Although it switches back to those clicks. And I think it's going to come back in again. So that's a nice little variation. We can use that. It'll be doing something, so we'll hear changes happening. And we could have it build up to a cutoff. How about? So let's see, do we have everything all selected? We don't need to. Let's go and find out what happens when this stops. And that's where this chord cuts off. It cuts off on a hi-hat sting, so that seems good. And then we're going to be editing this to put an additional kick in technically at the wrong place. So let's edit that. There's your ending. And so it works itself up to the final bit as these various things get louder and more intense and then stop. And we're going to come in at some point where, but not right there. That's a good place. So I heard a crack in there. There. So selecting all of these and then finding where that happens. Or rather than finding where that happens, let's just hit S and copy those right out. We can always go back in and drag them back out again to where they fit, because it's nonlinear editing. And let's move everything all together for a change. Boop. Oh, hi, I didn't select everything. Well, fine. If you can't do that, we'll just do it manually, like that. It must have been because I changed the length of some of those. So here's where it switches over to this other bit. There. So first thing we do is we scooch this over. Ditch this. And prepare to move these into where they need to go. Well, hang on a second. Where's a good place for this to come in? Second beat of this thing, which technically means that I should probably overlap this just a bit and overlap this just a bit. Let's line these up. But wait, why do I keep seeing it like this? That doesn't make any sense. I've got this part wrong. This is the beat I want to overlap with. It's a double beat, so what happens if I do this? Got this double beat. That's coming in a hair early, which might or might not be any good. If it did not come in a hair early, the overlap would go like this. And this aux will go bidip after the slight hesitation in that, although there's still no gap here. And if I cut that off, it does this. I think that just about works, but I do still need some other things in here to overlap. What's this do? What's this guy do? Okay, if I'm selecting all these again and adjusting them based on how these line up, what happens then? That's funny. What do we got here? Does that even work? Also, what's up with this? Okay, I have a sting here. Is it in the same place here? No. Okay, if we overlap the stings, what do we get? Interesting. I'm trying to figure out where this groove sits and whether I'm disrupting it completely or successfully navigating it. Let's start it real early. Not that early. Also, bearing in mind I can sneak in the other one. Oh, except for I can't because it starts here. That's interesting. Okay. We're still experimenting with the weirdness of this. If they don't overlap quite like that, so these don't overlap quite the same way. These are different hi-hat patterns. And when it comes back into the kick, it comes back into there. And there's where the bass comes in. So it needs to come in like that. That can lead in to the rest of this, but then where does this leave me when these two things overlap? Those overlap. So let's have everything selected again. Move in a little bit closer. Closer still. So for keeping the aux box hitting the same way, it'll sit here. And then this can overlap differently, i.e. we can have these two hits here. And that's cool, there's no problem with that. This needs to not be overlapping there. But these overlap in a funny way where it's kind of oscillating or something. The aux and the aux lead are like trading and alternating. And then if the hat hits there, does this stretch out a little bit? Does it stretch out enough to cover this one, though? No. Or no, wait, yes. I lie, yes it does. So if I was to disrupt the hat pattern early, where's the first point at which we hit a sting? Apparently we don't. That's weird. But those work. So what have we got now? So I could throw in a small hi-hat fill before having this stuff happen, like this. And we can have this kind of sneaking up in this way, or we can not alter the hat from what it expects to be, at which point we have a faster hat fill going into the new section from the old part. And what's this do? This starts from here, so I could do this. Or we could start it after the sting. We could have this. Or we could have the bass switch over early, which would be like this. How early, though? We can clearly switch it over this early, and it'll match. Well, if I switch the bass over even early, can I make it sync up with the double kicks that don't actually belong there? Like, how ridiculously early can I switch it over? Maybe not there, but what if it does it there? It's a nice solid thud, so maybe that would be a good place. Or that's a strange departure. What does this sound like as we make this transition? That sucked. Let's not do that. But maybe we can switch over or even leave a gap. What happens if we do this? I think maybe we could work something out with that. Can this stretch even further? A little tiny bit. But that don't work. What does this do? Interesting. Interesting. Now we've got Zox lead going bit bit just out of nowhere for no particular reason, but it makes a transition of a sort. Because it's a little hard to follow what these notes are doing anyway, so. Let's also edit that. We don't want that little note there. We just want it to come back in with the other stuff. And just for fun, repetition legitimizes, which is what Adam Neely is constantly saying, or at least at some points he's constantly said it. Copy, paste. And is that sitting in the right place? I think so. That'll do. Okay. Now let's useful with some more things while we're at it. For instance, I don't think we need the doom 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 coming in, unless it helps having it here. That's not good. What would be good? Hang on. I don't think we want to reposition you. You're out fine the way you are. Let's not have that come in early at all. Kind of sucked. That's better. Okay, bit by bit we progress. What we're lacking is knowing what to do with this insane Rhodes and synth lead stuff for the outro. Because this is now the outro. The rest of it can play through and get all the way to the end. We've got some changes going on. But I doubt we need all this Rhodes and stuff going on. Here is the guitar solo to end all guitar solos. No. Does it start in a good way though? Perhaps not. I think the synth lead stuff is poking out in the wrong places. It's supposed to be cool, but it's just not making it. The sound's okay, but the notes are terrible. It's a valiant effort to kind of save bits of it. But maybe not that high note. It's too attention getting. You can sneak it in like this. Peek through just occasionally. And there's where it starts going wrong. So I wonder whether that leading into the chord is a nice little blend. Nice little overtone where they kind of combine. It's a cool trick when you can do it. We'll see. So there's where it would cross over. There's me splitting them. Not loving that little. I don't even know what those notes are, but I can't hear what they're doing. You know what? Never mind. Neither of those things. Not that. I kept wanting to make these glorious high notes, but bear in mind this is run off a guitar synthesizer, so I had to make the string do this, and I just wasn't up to it today, or this day. So boop, we have almost nothing left of the guitar synthesizer. Let's see how much we should remove of the Rhodes. Probably all of it. Let's see. Okay, so I'm not inspired by any of that, but what happens when we go into the other section? We can leave some of those chords there as little spikes. Okay, so I don't know if any of this other stuff works, but I can throw a single riff in here and there. Single isolated bits here and there. Like that bit can go somewhere. not any of that though. And that, meaning this all gets taken away. I think I just hit an additional key that I wasn't bargaining on, but that's fine. Because I know what I'm doing, namely deleting everything. So what do we got here? So not that, but this. And then probably not that. So does this lead into this part? Oh, I bet I know. Let's leave that. And then slide it around until it coincides properly with the chord that hits. Weird little blend, might work. Here's where stuff kind of hits. Here's where that chord starts. Oh, that seems to line up with that. Maybe that'll work. Weird, but can live with it. What about this one, though? How about the end of the chords? So what happens around here if we can make it go on top of that in some way, or maybe on top of that dot? I don't think that worked at all. What if we scramble it around like that and see what happens? Doesn't look like it lines up with anything much. So we can edit that down. We can make those bits come together like this. Seems to work a little bit, maybe. Let's have it hit a little bit late. Okay, now I've taken out all of this other stuff that doesn't really belong or work. happen if we overlaid this? Okay, that's too crazy not to try. That could be nuts. Copy. Oh, hang on, we don't need to multiple paste it, thank you. Now, Frank Zappa style xenochrony. This is literally stuff that does not belong here. It's in a different key and a different everything. Oh, hello. There's a place that worked. Where are you? There. And there. Okay. Hang on, gotta make sure to get all these parts because they are a recurrence of a thing that was happening, which isn't supposed to happen here, but we'll see what happens. So let's see if we can get really wild. Firstly, I think I want to move all of this over well out of the way. Can I... Hi! You can't see this because it's under my face on the screen, but I can see it. Reverse items as new take. Ooh, but that didn't work, did it? Never mind. Can I glue the items? Good. Good, we're getting somewhere. Can I glue these? Okay. Can I reverse that? Except I don't necessarily want to reverse it as new take. But I can try, I suppose. What have we got now? All right, let's try this one as well. New take. I'm willing to believe maybe that's a new take. I'm running out of time. I need to go and have my tacos, but before we do anything else, let's see what we got when we do this. And let's line it up to that keyboard and go. Oop, hang on. And then let's edit these just enough to make it sit here. Okay, so now that's the synthesizer lead backwards. So it's kind of repetition legitimizes, but it's also kind of insanity. And this does solve the problem of the energy diminishing. You can't really hear that it's backwards because it's a synthesizer guitar, but it is. So should I crop from the other side or this side? Come on. Come on, be a sport. Oh, I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm constantly hitting the wrong buttons, that's all. I'm constantly right-clicking and then I'm not right-clicking to resize it. So let's have that one top note there. And then let's move it all to here and see where it lines up with the beginning again. Okay, that works, I think. over a 6-minute song made out of all manner of other weirdness. I have no idea what to call this. It's not going to be called Cat. Still a very weird thing, but you know, in a sense we got there, and without even mixing it, here's where we've got with it, because it needs proper mixing now to make it work with the stuff I've stuck in it. Here's where it's gotten for now. These guys back in here. Lows on the socks down here. Also, I feel I could get a little bit more going compression-wise too. Stuck around past dinner time because I actually do not see what you have typed, Robert. I think it ate your link. I think it ate your link. Okay, so tell you what, we're going to hit save on this and figure out how to mix it later. No, second attempt did not work. You know what? If you've got it in it somewhere, it's all cool. I know it exists. Thank you so much. That will be very cool when I finally get it. And I am very excited and very thankful. And I'll catch up with you folks later, because I'm staying on stream too late, and I have at least finished doing whatever this was. It took all day, and I didn't do any of the mixing. Not really. Started it a little bit, but the arranging part was the part that I wanted to figure out, and I think that worked. So on that note, I'm gonna quit out of I have gone to the official Reaper forums. I will indeed do so. I made a thread where I was asking for pretty much exactly that thing, so presumably that's where you have posted it. I will look for the developer forum, and I will talk to you folks later. If anybody is having their dinner at the same time, have a nice dinner. And I'll see you folks on Thursday. Maybe we'll mix this properly on Thursday. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.